in some more detail provided about what most accurately represents the way you feel. You selected choice C that says, I generally favor the death penalty, but I would base a decision to impose it on the facts, law, and instructions in the case. Does that still accurately describe your general thoughts on the death penalty?
Yes.
Okay, finally then, with your position on the death penalty, is it your opinion that the death penalty should be imposed in every case where a murder has been committed?
Absolutely not.
Okay, is there anything then about your views on the death penalty that you think could in some way prevent or substantially impair you from performing your duties in this case if you received instructions about the death penalty? All right, that concludes the court's order on that issue. Mr. Wood?
This state has no questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Pryor, any board ire?
Yes, I jumped the gun. I apologize for that, Judge.
That's
I think it's just habit. So we're going to go back to item number 13, A through F, I believe. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, and I don't want to suggest an answer to you. So just but what I think I'm hearing is that if the judge instructs you that the death penalty is a possible sentence and life in prison is a possible sentence, at this point, you're going to go into this process if you're a juror and you're not going to make or be favored one way or the other at that point, and you're going to look at both options. Is that fair?
Fair.
And then only after you've reviewed all the evidence and listened to what the state has said, listen to what the defense has said, and then listen to how the judge instructs us. At that point, you'll make a decision based on both of those options. Is that fair? Okay, so if there was an option between C and D on number 13 that said, I'm neutral and I'm going to look at all the facts, all the circumstances before I make a decision in this case, would that be closer to your position?
I think that would be more accurate.
Okay. And thank you for your honesty. I really appreciate you allowing me to spend some time with you. Thank you. Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
very well. That'll conclude individual voir dire for this juror. Thank you for answering those questions. We'll have you return with the bailiff to the jury room and talk to our remaining jurors. Next up will be juror 1378. All right, thank you for returning juror 1378 for individual voir dire. This time, I'll inquire as to whether the state has any voir dire in relation to hardship or bias issues. I don't think there was much at all in the way of bias here on any exposure, but potentially hardship. We got into that before. Once the state's concluded voir dire, I'll let the defense as well have questions for the juror. Who's going to be conducting voir dire for the state?
I will, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Woods.
Thank you. Great, sir. I really just have one question for you. On your questionnaire on page 20, you just made a notation under the hardship section. I'm only worried about my job because I started on January 2nd, twenty twenty-four. Is that right?
Yes,
This is a pretty new job.
yeah, and they are willing to work with me. I talked to HR about it.
So whatever worry you had in the other.
Yeah, I no longer have that work.
So whatever worry you had, no longer have that worry.
No, I do not.
So then, is it safe to say that as far as you're concerned, if selected, you don't believe that being a juror would be a financial hardship or impairment to your job? Is that fair?
Yes, that is fair.
Your Honor, no other questions on this?
All right, thank you. Mr. Pryor?
There are no questions, Judge.
Okay, we'll next move on then. Soldier 1378, when you filled out your questionnaire last week, there was a section in there called attitudes regarding the death penalty. Do you recall that section of the questionnaire?
You can remind me, but I do not, I mean, I remember answering, but I don't remember what I answered.
Okay, if you'd like to just refer to it, I think we provided you a copy. You could turn to page 12 is where that begins. So when you answered your questionnaire, right, kind of in the middle of page 12, there's a question that says, do you support or oppose the death penalty? And you check the box saying support. Is that accurate?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and that's the way you would feel about that today as well?
Yes,
All right, and as we go through these questions, I'd like you to consider that in this case, it may be necessary for you to make a determination about the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty. And when we're discussing this here, remember, you need to consider that as if it would be done and be absolute and carried out in the case, if that's what the jury determined. Do you understand that?
yes,
Okay. On your questionnaire, you also, on page 13, you'll turn there about 2/3 down. There were choices you had about what most accurately represents the way you would feel about it. You selected a choice C, which reads, I generally favor the death penalty, but I would base a decision to impose it on the facts, law, and instructions in the case. Do you recall looking at all those options and checking that one?
yes, I do.
Okay, does that still then represent the way you think about and feel about the death penalty here today?
Yes,
Okay, final question I have then. Do you believe that the death penalty should be considered or imposed in every case where a murder has been committed?
I do not know.
Okay, so if there were instructions to either consider or not consider it, would you be willing to follow those instructions regardless?
Yes,
Okay, then is there anything about your views on that issue of the death penalty that you think prevent or impair you from performing your duties and following the instructions here in this case?
no,
Okay, thank you for your responses there. That concludes the court's voir dire. I'll allow the state to conduct voir dire and then the defense.
Thank you. Sir, for my question, it's based off a response you gave on page 12 of the questionnaire. And you were asked in question section A, how do you feel about the death penalty? And you responded, if guilty and required, I agree, but 100% without a shadow of a doubt, guilty verdict has to be the cap. Am I reading that correctly?
the case.
Yes, sorry. Could you explain what you meant when you wrote that?
When you come to a guilty verdict, you can't be 99% sure. And you have to be 100% sure without any doubt. And that's what.
So is it safe to say that in your mind, you just are would only be inclined to impose the death penalty if in fact in your mind there had been 100% proof that whomever Mr. Daybell had is guilty? Is that correct?
If he was guilty, yes, and I did not know without facts.
So, sir, then my question would be, if the judge gives an instruction and explains that the standard to determine guilt in this case would be that the state would have to prove beyond any reasonable doubt. Is that an instruction, one, that you feel like you'll understand or would understand? And number two, would you be willing to follow that instruction?
Yes and yes.
So then you wouldn't necessarily hold the state to prove 100% without a doubt that he was guilty.
Yes. But he doesn't have to be, like, he has to be guilty to the law. To what the law states.
So you'll follow the judge's instructions on what
Yes.
the law is.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, I don't have any further questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor.
Sir, if I could get you to turn to page 13 of your questionnaire, if you could, let me know when you're ready.
All right.
Okay, on page 13, you marked item number C. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what I'm hearing from you is saying, listen, I am going to listen to the judge's instructions and take those and apply those to this case, right?
Yes.
I'm not going to make a decision right now or not until I hear 100% of the evidence that's presented, correct?
Yes.
That you have not made a decision one way or the other, correct?
Yes.
That you haven't made a decision whether, and you don't favor the death penalty or not the death penalty at the present time, correct?
Yes.
But that decision won't be made until you've had a chance to look at 100% of the evidence, correct?
Yes.
And only if you feel that Mr. Daybell did something and all of the other jurors agree with you that there's a conviction, at that point, you will balance whether or not to impose the death penalty or not. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you won't prejudge or favor one position or the other before that time.
No, I will not.
So if there was a choice between item number C on page 13 and item number D that included a box that would say, I am neutral on this issue, and I will only make a decision until I have heard 100% of the evidence, and I am convinced that Mr. Daybell may be guilty. Would that be closer to your position?
That would be 100% my position.
All right, and thank you, sir. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, juror number 1378, that concludes the individual board hour.
Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yes.
I know this is unusual to your course, but there is another issue on this questionnaire that I'm wondering if we ought to, that I had overlooked initially, and it might.
Judge, could we approach on this first?
Let's approach. All right, thanks, counsel. Juror 1378, you can go ahead and return to the jury room with the bailiff, and we'll question the additional jurors, then give you some more instructions after that. Thank you for returning. We're going to next talk to juror number 1379. All right, juror number 1379, thank you for returning. Court's reviewed your questionnaire and we've determined individual board is appropriate on certain topics, including that of potential bias through some information the juror has from media surrounding the case and knowledge of the case. And I don't think we had any hardship issues, so if the state would like to inquire to discuss whether or not there is any knowledge of the case, and in this setting, of course, juror 1379, you can discuss whatever facts or knowledge you have in answering, since the other jurors aren't here. So who will be conducting board audit for the state?
That would be me, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Beatty, you may proceed.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Hi. So I wanted to chat with you a little bit about media exposure in this case. And you had indicated that you saw some documentaries and news about the case.
Yeah,
And I think you had indicated on a question about your knowledge of the victims, that you would your awareness was just what you'd seen on the news.
yeah, exactly, yeah.
Right. Can you kind of describe what knowledge you do have about the victims in this case, specifically what you have heard?
Like I said, nothing more than what's been on the news. Just I usually have the news on in the background, so just kind of snippets of the case here and there. But not much more than kind of headlines and news stories.
Okay, great. Would you be able to put aside what you've heard on the news and render an impartial verdict?
Absolutely.
And you'll be instructed during this trial that Mr. Daybell is innocent until the state proves him guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Are you comfortable with that?
Yes, I'm comfortable with that, yeah. Sorry.
You would be able to follow that instruction.
Yes, I would be, sorry.
And then you also understand that nothing that you've heard on the news is evidence,
Yes,
and that the evidence is what will be introduced at trial.
yes.
Thank you very much. I have no additional questions for this jury, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, as to potential bias, Mr. Pryor, you can inquire.
And I appreciate you being forthright about the articles, the news, and all of that stuff. And based on what you've seen on the news articles, and everything else, you haven't made a decision one way or the other at this point, have you?
No, I know that the news is just a very brief skim of, what's known. I understand that
And
that's not,
something that you put in your questionnaire really drew my attention.
okay.
Let's go to page 19.
Okay.
Down at the bottom, you have a sentence that starts with "I believe."
Yes,
Would you read that to me?
I just said that I believe strongly in the due process of law.
And in the due process of law, that means that you listen to all the evidence, right?
Yes, exactly.
And that you don't take into consideration or anything regarding the stuff that some of these media outlets or these podcast people who are making a living on something unfortunate.
Mhm.
And we don't take any of that stuff into consideration. We just base it on what you hear in terms of what's been presented. And you'll be able to do that, right?
Yes, I will.
Okay, thank you, Judge. Nothing further.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor. There's another topic we'll discuss next then. So juror 1379, in filling out the questionnaire, there was a section in there called attitudes regarding the death penalty. And that was a section beginning on page 12. Do you recall thinking about the questions thoroughly and answering those last week?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
And are the responses you provided still the way you feel about that today?
Yes.
All right, in going through these questions about it, then I would like to advise you that it may be necessary for you to actually make a determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty in this case. And remember, when you're considering that, you need to consider that as if it would be done in absolute and carried out in the case. So as you consider that, I'll note that when given a choice, you selected that you support the death penalty when asked if you support or oppose it. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay. You've also selected a choice when you had a variety of choices about what accurately represents the way you feel. You picked the choice that says, I generally favor the death penalty, but I would base a decision to impose it on the facts, law, and instructions in the case. Is that still the way you feel about the death penalty?
Yeah, I'd say that's accurate. I'd actually, I kind of struggled between C and D. I remember, it felt like I had to have an absolute, but either way, if it is instructive, then I believe in following the instructions that the court provides, so.
Okay, and so you had considered maybe leaning towards generally opposed, but following the instructions and putting aside your feelings.
Yeah, I kind of wanted a neutral in there. Like I'm neutral, but I would follow it. I believe that it's necessary in certain cases and I will follow the court's instructions when it comes to part of it.
Okay, so given the way you feel about it, then do you believe that the death penalty should be imposed or considered in every case where a murder's been committed?
I don't think it's appropriate in every case necessarily, but I think based on the circumstances and when you're talking about especially egregious cases, that is probably an appropriate option.
Okay. Final question from me then. Will any of your views on the death penalty, you believe, either prevent or substantially impair you from serving as a juror in this case and following whatever instructions the court gives you on the death penalty, whether it's to consider it or not?
No, I don't think that I'd have any problem with that.
Okay, that concludes the court's voir dire for this juror. Any voir dire from the state?
I have no additional questions for this juror, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Pryor.
And just briefly,
Yeah.
I appreciate you bringing that up between C and D. I've spoken about that before. And what I gleaned from your questionnaire, especially the comment on page 19 where you said, listen, I'm a strong believer in the due process of law. I saw some of your hobbies with the Ducks Unlimited and the other stuff. I think that you probably have a very patriotic sense to you. Would that be fair?
Yeah, and I think the first day that we were here, Judge Boyce likened this to serving in the military. If you hadn't served in the military, this might be the most patriotic thing you can do. And that really struck me because my husband did serve in the military. So I'd say we are very patriotic and yeah.
And it is all of our civic responsibility. And I appreciate the fact that you struggled with the choice between C and D. So I'm going to ask you again, just to reiterate, there's you haven't made up a decision at this point.
No, I don't.
You haven't, and as far as guilt or innocence, you understand that we have to ask you about these questions, even if we believe that belief from the defense is that Mr. Daybell is not guilty. We have to talk about this because it's important. It's a potential issue. The judge is going to give you a choice of the death penalty or not to impose the death penalty. And at this point, you're neutral on either of those.
Right, yeah, I don't have a preconceived notion about what the end is gonna look like.
And at this point, before you make that decision and make that important decision, you're gonna balance what the prosecutor tells you,
Yes,
what the defense attorney in my office and what I'm gonna present to you, and then you're going to follow this judge's instructions. And you're gonna remain neutral until you've had a chance to make your own decision, and you're not going to follow a recipe. You're going to do it based on your view of the facts and circumstances, correct?
that is correct, yes.
Thank you, Judge. I have nothing else.
All right, thank you for returning for the individual questioning. 1379 will have you return to the jury room and we'll talk to our remaining jurors and then give you further instructions. We'll next talk to juror 1389. All right, Juror 1389, thank you for returning. We've got some additional questions for you here on Board Dyer. One of the things we're looking at and can discuss here openly, since other jurors are not around, is whether or not your prior knowledge of this case might serve to cause you to form some sort of an opinion. I would note that in looking through your questionnaire, you seem to know quite a bit about the case. Is that accurate?
Only what's been presented in the media up until I was called for jury duty.
Okay, and let me just try to clarify that. Did you just sort of watch in passing what was reported, or have you actively gone out to, for example, watch any documentaries or look this case up on any commentators on YouTube or anything like that?
Well, only passively, basically anything that was a media push on various news aggregator websites, or my wife had the television going, for example, Channel 7, they've covered it extensively. Now it's kind of hard to miss when they have that as, their headline news for the night.
Okay, and sure, and again, there's absolutely nothing wrong with knowing about it, knowing as much as you know. That's what we need to determine. A lot of people do follow the news and get interested in stories. That's why they are in the news, is because they're interesting sometimes. The one response you had in your questionnaire was whether or not you formed an opinion regarding the defendant's guilt or innocence, and you said possibly, but only because some of the victims were young children. So on that issue of whether or not you've possibly formed an opinion, and we'd like you to be as honest as you possibly can here, with this defendant here in this trial, can you tell us if you do believe you have formed some opinion about his guilt?
Well, given what was on the news, I think it'd be extremely difficult not to have already formed some sort of an opinion. It just makes it more impactful that small children were victims in this case. And it, kind of hit you, it really hits you kind of hard. Something happened to those children. Who or what did it, I don't know. Just whatever's been reported.
Okay, and to follow up on that, not what may think or someone else, as you sit here, what is your opinion at this time?
At this time, I honestly don't know. I have to go in maintaining that. I don't know. The impact is significant, yes. But if I were to, if somebody were to ask me to make a judgment right now, this moment, I have to say I can't.
All right, but it's fair to say you're not completely without some opinion here. It does, and again, we can openly discuss this here. So if you are leaning one way or another, which way are you leaning right now?
Right now, just based on the news coverage, I'd have to say I'm leaning towards guilt.
Okay, and I do appreciate your responses. This is what we need to discuss. I'll let the state follow up with any additional board ire if you'd like, and then the defense.
Your Honor. Sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Juror 1389, on your questionnaire, and again, there's no right or wrong answers here. And so please feel free to just tell us exactly what you're thinking. On page 19 of your questionnaire, your question 10D, it asks if any of your exposure to the media has caused you to form an opinion about Mr. Daybell's guilt or innocence, and you said possibly, which is pretty similar to what you guys said. And the question I want to look at is that 10E. Would you be able to put out of your mind what you have read or heard about this case and render an impartial verdict based solely upon the evidence in this courtroom? And you did mark yes, and you said possibly. So what do you mean by possibly?
Well, basically, I'll refer back to what's already been covered in the media. It predisposes you to lean toward, either this, this defendant is either guilty or not guilty. That's just how it's been presented in the media. If it were to come to trial, and I'm sitting here, I would have to set that aside. And, bring your A game, bring everything you've got to show me that, yeah, whatever you heard in the media is either wrong or it's correct.
So, well, and that brings up an interesting point. When you say, show me what the media has said is wrong or correct, do you think that at some level, as you're sitting here listening to either evidence from the state or from this defendant, that you're going to be referring back to what you heard in the media?
It will be at the back of my mind, but again, there's going to be one side saying one thing, the other side saying something either counter or present another facet. Those are the two most important sides to look at right now. It's only if there's some sort of nebulous gray area, and I don't think there will be. But let's say there were, at that point, then I would go back and look at, hey, this is what I heard. This is what I saw. This is what I was told.
Okay. And thank you so much for your honesty. We really appreciate it. Your Honor, based on Juror 1389's responses, I would move to excuse this jury for cause.
Okay, so you're moving to strike for cause based on bias. Thank you, Ms. Wood. Mr. Pryor, do you wish to conduct any further or dire or simply advise the court whether or not there's a stipulation on the motion?
Well, Judge, sir, there is no right or wrong answer. Judge, I concur in that opinion, but to avoid the court wanting its own analysis, the court's going to accept the stipulation. Otherwise, I can go through some analysis and further voir dire to support that. My belief, there should be, maybe some consideration of the cause.
All right, and I'm inclined to agree with the strike. So based on that, so Juror 1389, first, thank you so much for coming back today and taking the time to fill out your questionnaire. We appreciate your honesty today. We're trying to get the best, most impartial jury we can through this process. And with your knowledge of the case, I would find that perhaps the burden's been shifted improperly towards a presumption of guilt instead of innocence. And despite best efforts, I'd be concerned that Juror 1389 may have that preconceived notion. So we are going to excuse you as a juror. And again, thank you so much for your service coming in today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. All right, next up will be Juror 1392. While they're on their way in, counsel, maybe I'll just inquire. I don't see any type of bias or hardship presented at all in the questionnaire. Either side have any questions you think you'll have on that?
Judge, I just have one. And it was towards the end where he talked about the fact that because of his employment, not a lot of media coverage. And there was concern there. In terms of blocking the media coverage.
Okay, I'll allow that. Is the state going to have any individual or dire?
Just one question on part 4.1a response was made.
Okay. Juror 1392, thank you for returning for your individual or dire. This time I'll allow the state and the defense to conduct any individual or dire on the issues of hardship or bias.
Yeah, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sir, I just have one question for you. On your questionnaire, on page 7, under part 4, paragraph 1A, there was a question, do you feel that a defendant should be required to testify? You marked X as in yes. What did you mean by that?
I might have misread it. I don't say they have to testify. I think it's just read it wrong or misinterpreted.
Fair enough. So would it be safe to say that if the judge instructs you that if the defendant chooses not to testify throughout his trial, that you shouldn't hold that against him, you're willing to follow that instruction?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for the defense.
I may have been mistaken, sir, but I thought in your questionnaire, there was some reference that you would not be able to block out the media because of your job position. Is there an issue with that?
I don't watch any media or do social media.
Maybe I made a mistake. Judge, if I could just have a moment.
Go ahead.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, thank you, counsel. So juror 1392, there is one additional topic we're going to cover with you. In filling out your questionnaire, you went through one section that was called attitudes regarding the death penalty, and that was on page 12 and 13. Do you recall thinking through those questions carefully and answering them in the questionnaire?
I remember answering the best of my ability that day.
Okay. Let me advise you that in this case, it may be necessary for you to make a determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty. And remember, when you're considering that, you need to think about it as if it would be done or absolute and carried out in the case. So with that in your mind, you selected a choice. First of all, when you were asked, do you support or oppose the death penalty? You said support. Is that still the way you feel as you sit here?
In the right circumstance, if somebody is proven guilty without a shadow of a doubt, then I don't have a problem with the death penalty at all.
All right. You also selected one choice out of 7 you had about what best represents the way you feel, and you said, and this is a quote written in the questionnaire, that I generally favor the death penalty, but I would base a decision to impose it on the facts, law, and instructions in the case. So given those choices you had there, is that still the way you feel about that?
Yes, basically, I'm just saying I don't have a problem with the death penalty as long as the defendant is found guilty on reasonable doubt.
Okay, and is it correct for me to say then, well, I'll ask you just a question. Do you believe then that given your support of the death penalty in certain circumstances, do you think it should be considered or applied in every case where a murder has been committed?
No, not every case.
All right. So finally, I'll just ask you, is there anything about your views on the death penalty that you think would, for some reason, prevent you from serving or substantially impair your ability to be a juror on this case if you were required to follow instructions about the death penalty?
No.
Okay, that concludes the court's questioning on that topic. I'll allow the state any additional voir dire and then the defense.
Just one question again, sir. Not to mince words, but you had mentioned you would consider the death penalty if the state proves beyond the shadow of doubt. I'll just ask, would you agree to follow whatever instruction the judge ultimately gives you about the proof standard providing proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Will you follow his instruction when you get that? Okay. All right, thank you. You don't have no more questions?
All right, right.
And sir, we have to talk about these issues because they're very important issues. And I don't want you to assume that because I'm talking to you about this, that I believe that Chad's guilty or that we're not here for some purpose. But if I understand you correctly, that in the event there were to be a conviction to the charges, it's not an automatic in your mind that the death penalty would be imposed. Is that correct?
Not necessarily, I guess. It'd have to be without a shadow of a doubt that he was guilty, and if the death penalty was handed down, I have no problem with that.
Okay. So when you say without a shadow of a doubt, we're talking about two different things. You understand that the judge will give you instructions that in order to convict him, the evidence has to prove that he's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that, right? And then we would go to a sentencing phase. And I guess what I'm hearing from you is that at the time of sentencing, although he may have been convicted of a beyond a reasonable doubt, it's going to need to be no doubt in my mind whatsoever before I agree to subject someone to the death penalty. Is that fair? Okay, so could I have you turn to number 13? And your choice is C. Is that correct? At the
That's
bottom?
what I circled, yes.
Right. And in reading C, what I'm hearing is that, I don't have any problem with the death penalty as a penalty if it's supported by the facts and circumstances. Is that really what you're saying?
That's how I understood it.
But if you look down to D, the only difference is you're saying, listen, I generally oppose it, but if it's supported by the facts and circumstances, I'll reserve judgment. Is that the way you would read D?
Yes.
Okay. So if there were one between the two of them that said, I'm neutral on whether or not to give the death penalty, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to listen to the prosecutor's evidence, I'm going to listen to the defense's evidence, and I'm going to follow the judge's instructions, and I'm going to remain neutral right up until the point that I make my decision. Would that be closer to what your opinion is?
100%.
All right, Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right, juror 1392, then that concludes your individual voir dire. We'll have you return to the jury room with the bailiff. We've got one more juror to talk to individually, then you'll return for further instructions. All right, our last juror we'll talk to at this point is 1424. All right, juror number 1424, you're returning for individual voir dire. We had some additional questions for you that you may talk about in as much detail as you want or as requested by counsel of the court about your prior knowledge of this case. The court does need to conduct an individual voir dire in relation to potential bias. I don't think there was any hardship issue. So you do have some knowledge or information about the case from prior reporting on it. Is that correct?
Yeah, just general knowledge. So I haven't really followed it closely for 4 years. I had court TV at one point, and so I'd seen some of that reporting.
Okay. Okay, apologies. Is there? Well, let me just read one of your responses. You said the media portrayed him as guilty. The media has been wrong before. A concern we have, including me and the parties, would be whether or not he may have already formed some type of opinion about the defendant and his guilt or innocence with what you know in the case.
I have.
All right, let me allow the state some additional voir dire, and then I'll allow the defense as well.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, you indicated that you had watched some proceedings of, in this case on court TV, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated that you hadn't really followed this case for the last couple of years.
Correct.
But during the time you were watching news on this case, it sounds like you did get some knowledge of the case. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, it was, I think they were speculating still.
Okay. You described learning of a religious aspect to the case.
Yes.
And when you were asked what you knew about the defendant, Chad Daybell, part of your answer was that you had learned about a quote trail of death. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. You described one of the victims in this case, JJ Vallow. You were aware that he had special needs.
Mhm.
And thank you. And you described him as sweet-natured. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think it was his grandfather who might have said that.
Sure. So based on that experience, watching court TV, watching the news, learning about a trail of death and some humanizing facts about these victims, do you think that that contributed to your sense that you would lean toward guilty that you put in your questionnaire?
I think if I didn't know anything further, that's the way I would lean.
So when you filled out your questionnaire on page 19, there were a couple different places where you wrote that you were leaning guilty just at this point. That's fair to say. Okay. And as you sit here today, are those answers still accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move to excuse this juror for cause. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Pryor.
And so there's no right or wrong answer, okay? But obviously we have to evaluate. Judge, I'm going to stipulate.
Okay, the court's considered the responses here. I'll also agree there's a concern the burden may have shifted here where the juror's statement, if we didn't know anything further, that's what he would think, which may require more than his due process afforded to Mr. Daybell in this case. So juror 1424, thank you very much for your service and for taking the time to fill out your questionnaire. Due to some prior knowledge of the case, we'll continue to look for completely impartial jurors, and you will be excused with the sincere thanks of the court. All right, if we could have the remaining jurors who were asked for cause brought back in, then we'll conclude with this group. All right, wait.
Counsel, here you are.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury who have returned here, we're dealing with a lot of numbers of jurors in this case, so I'm trying to give everyone a chance to make sure we're all tracking the same. If you don't mind, the first thing I could have you do is just please hold up your red card again and do that for a moment, and we'll all confirm who's remaining. Okay, thank you. You can put those down. Having considered this remaining group, then, does the state pass this small group for cause?
Yes, Your Honor.
Does the defense pass this small group for cause?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you've now been passed for cause. We are continuing to question additional groups of jurors until we reach the necessary number to have the attorneys exercise their peremptory challenges. At this time, then, you are going to be released for the day. You'll be instructed to contact the jury commissioner on the way out, Randy Rutland, who will give you further instructions on when you're going to return. While you are waiting, and some days may pass, please follow the court's previous instruction to not do anything to look up this case, research the case, find out about the case. If you see the case reported in the news, etc., please try to avoid any exposure to that. Don't discuss any of the facts of this case or your jury service with anyone else. However, you may talk to friends, family, or employees, employers, etc., about the possibility of your service and when that may occur. Just avoid talking about the details of the case. That way we can maintain your impartiality and have you return for the next step of the proceedings. So thank you for the time you've committed so far. That will conclude your service for today. And again, you'll be instructed on when to return. With that in mind, is this small group allowed to be released today from the state,
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
from the defense?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, followed, please rise.
That's very please.
All right, doesn't leave a whole lot of time for lunch, but we've got our next group scheduled at 1:30. I understand that might start a bit late if we need to make arrangements and have lunch, but everybody try to, I guess, shoot for that time as much as you can, and we'll be in recess until then.
So what I plan to do here is to do what we did the other day and head to Denise's channel for a little bit. And we scroll past that. We'll go down to playlists and thank you, everyone. Episode 3.
Portals we were teaching. Then came a cherished moment in March 1988 that helped fortify me. I'm going to quote directly from my mission journal. As we walked home tonight, I had an experience that I will always treasure. As we were walking home, my companion was on my left next to the road. And for about 30 seconds as I walked along, it was as if time stopped for me because I could sense the spirit of my deceased grandpa, Keith Daybell, walking along with us on my right side. I didn't actually see him with my natural eyes, but he was tangibly there and actually rubbed shoulders with me a time or two. He was killed in a logging accident in 1951 at a young age, so I've never met him in this life, but I knew instantly who he was, and I could almost sense his happiness and my recognition of him. No actual words passed between us, but I was given the knowledge of how proud he was of my efforts, and that he'd be there for me from time to time during my mission. He then departed, and I came back to my senses. Grandpa Keith is the same person I would see in the light a few years later when I had my near-death experience in Lahala Cove. He was still watching over me then, and even to this day, he is with me at crucial moments in my life. In my next entry, I will share how I came to know Hector Sosa, the author of A Change is Coming. I don't know about you, but I find it very difficult to believe that any person on this planet would look at Chad Daybell and associate him with the character out of Rocky. That being said, that is what it is. I don't have anything nice to say, so I will say nothing at all. He also does talk about an experience with his grandpa. And like he said, this is the grandpa he claims to have seen in his 1993 near-death experience. So now, 1987, his grandpa's walking along with him. This is just 2 years after his original near-death experience where he claims that his veil was torn. So as he goes on this mission to New Jersey, he is claiming that very quickly he can sense and communicate with spirits from the other side. And if we fast forward to current times, we think about people like Lori Vallow and her niece Melanie. It appears that people get gifts rather quickly. Now, is this because Chad was able to get his gifts so quickly back in the 80s? Possibly, that he's gone ahead and taken that his own personal experience and put it off on other people to make them believe they have the same gifts. In my opinion, that kind of makes sense. Drop a comment down below and let me know what you guys think. Blog post number 8 is titled Halos and Hector Sosa. In January 1988, I was called to train a new missionary. His name was Elder Hepworth, and we really clicked. He was from southern Utah, and he was tough as nails. He had been roping wild horses in the Utah desert just a few weeks earlier. He just wanted to work hard, and we did. Not that it was always easy, but the Lord always compensated for the hard times, it seems. One day we knocked on a door, and a lady answered. She seemed really polite, but as we explained about the Book of Mormon, she changed into a frightening maniac right before our eyes. She screamed, "You are the devil. You've added to the Bible. I'm a born-again Christian and I condemn you." She continued shouting for another minute before I finally said, "Okay, thanks. I guess you don't want to hear our message. Please take this free Book of Mormon and just read through it." This sent her into another profanity-laced tirade, and she wouldn't touch the book. We just shrugged our shoulders and walked away. Outside the apartment building was a small park, and we sat down on the bench. I felt like crying, and an equally frustrated Elder Hepworth sat there and muttered, "I must be changing," because the old me would have punched her lights out. As I cracked up, he said, "I'm serious. I wanted to kill her." I agreed, and suddenly we were both laughing. An hour later, we were walking down Broadway Avenue in Union City. As we started to cross 48th Street, it felt like I had hit into a brick wall. Some sort of power was not going to let me take another step. I felt prompted to track in an old brown building off to the right. I tried to shake it off, but prompting came again. Elder Hepworth looked at me, and I tried to go forward again, but I couldn't. So I said, "Why don't we track here?" As we climbed to the top floor, a young girl named Esther came down the stairs. When she saw us, she stopped and said, "Hello, elders. Do you want to come visit us?" We said yes, and she led us back to her apartment. We'd never seen this girl before, but she seemed to know all about the church. She poured us some orange juice and gave us some cookies. After a minute, I said, "Are you a member of the church?" She gave me a surprised look and said, "Of course. Didn't you know that?" She then explained she was living with her uncle, aunt, and cousins, who were also members of the church. I'd asked if they'd been to the church recently, and she said, a couple of years ago. We found out a daughter of the family lived with her husband and son on the floor below. They were Jorge and Yesenia Vasquez and their son Isaac. We arranged to teach them. Yesenia was eager to get active in the church again, and after we taught Jorge the first discussion, he seemed pretty happy. He had read the Book of Mormon, and he said, "I think it is true." He had had some interesting dreams about his family's future. In one dream, Jorge is fighting off Satan's efforts to get his family. Then a light comes and Satan departs. In another dream, Jorge was shown Yesenia's family on a battlefield, engaging in a battle of life and death. At first, they are winning, but then they start to lose. Then Jorge comes onto the scene and they win the battle. When Jorge asked me what I thought they meant, I said it meant that Jorge would join the church and lead Yesenia's family back to full activity in the church. A few days later, we met again, and the spirit was nearly overpowering. Toward the end of the visit, Jorge stopped the discussion and said, I wasn't going to say anything, but I just need to tell you that there are halos around you. You are both surrounded by a halo. We couldn't see the halo, but it was a special confirmation to us and to him that what we are teaching is true. Jorge was soon baptized. He later served as the bishop of the Union City First Ward and helped activate Yesenia's family. He and Yesenia now live in Florida and continue to make a huge spiritual impact on their family and friends. I know it was the Lord's hand or invisible wall that led us to meet Esther that day. Jorge is of Puerto Rican descent, and I share his story today because he reminds me so much of another wonderful Puerto Rican man that I have become close friends with, Hector Sosa Jr. I visited a website in early 2015 where Hector had shared a few dreams he had experienced throughout his life. More recently, he had been having dreams about his family's future. I read them with interest, and it reminded me of the dreams Jorge had shared with Elder Hepworth and me 30 years earlier. Then one Friday night in January, I was talking with my family at home in Springville, and the Spirit said, go knock on Hector Sosa's door right now. He needs to write a book. I really hate receiving those kind of messages. I know how writing a book can change a person's life completely, for good and bad. I had never met Hector or even sent him an email message, but I went to the computer and found his address. I was happy to see he also lived in Springville. At least the Spirit knew it would be a short trip. I was expecting them to live in Provo or even further. I grabbed my jacket and told my wife, Tammy, I need to go tell someone they need to write a book. She is fortunately accustomed to this kind of thing. She said, okay, I'll see you when you get back. It was dark by the time I got to Hector's home. I rang the doorbell and Hector opened the door a bit tentatively. I said, hi, I'm Chad Daybell. I published Julie Rose's book. You've heard of her, right? Hector nodded. Yeah, I've read her books. Can I come in for a minute? I asked. Hector graciously allowed me in, and I explained I had read some of his dreams on a website. He shared more details about them, and we really felt like old friends right from the start. I met his wife, who is also named Tammy, and I thought it was a good sign. After an hour and a half, I finally broached the subject of writing a book. Hector looked shocked. Me? He asked. Wow, I don't know. I figured that answer was better than no. So I explained how I would help assemble it. He soon agreed to it, and I made sure Tammy was on board as well. They are a great couple, and she has been a huge support every step of the way. Over the next couple of weeks, Hector wrote a very good first draft. Then we started meeting every Thursday evening, and he would give me more material for the manuscript. During these meetings, I would ask additional questions that helped him remember certain dreams and visions. These visits brought forth some of the most powerful parts of his book, A Change is Coming. The final chapter in the book is about upcoming national unrest and economic trouble, and it was literally a last-second addition. I had taken the typeset manuscript to Hector's house for a final check. When I arrived, he explained he'd had another vision that absolutely needed to be included. He emailed me the chapter, and when I received it and put it in the typeset version, I stopped at the last paragraph. It was chilling, and I wondered whether I should delete the last sentence. At that very moment, Hector sent me an email saying that Spirit told him that the final paragraph needed to be exact, word for word. I said to myself, fine with me. I left it as it now stands in the book. I thank the Lord for Jorge and Yesenia Vasquez and for Hector and Tammy Sosa. They are valiant, righteous couples who are helping to save souls. In my next post, I will share some true miracles I witnessed on my mission, including a priesthood blessing that helped guide me to my sweet wife, Tammy. Now, the website he keeps referring to is the Avow website, which is another voice of warning. Just an FYI, their website shows up as sources for my channel on YouTube. So, hello to everybody from Avow. I'm so glad you joined us. I really appreciate your support on this channel. The 9th post in his blog is called Miracles Still Happen. When I was with Elder Hepworth in Union City, we witnessed actual miracles. One happened with the Jimenez family. They lived in one of the scariest apartment buildings I had ever seen. Graffiti was scrawled across the hallways and the building was trashed. We were worried about going in there, but we felt compelled to. On the top floor, we met a man named Carlos and his teenage daughter, Lena. She told us to come back when her mother, Anna, was home. We returned the next day, and Anna kind of freaked out when she saw us in the doorway. She told us that the week before, she had had a vivid dream of 2 young men in white shirts and ties entering her family's life and helping them find eternal truth. She invited us in and we had a very good discussion. Lena actually progressed faster than Anna and she was baptized. Lena had a major medical issue though. Her left wrist and arm had nerve damage and the muscles had been deteriorating for a few months. Her arm either hung limply at her side or she cradled it in her right hand. Their doctor was very skeptical about ever fixing the problem, but he was willing to try surgery. Anna's holdup on getting baptized had been rough because she felt she needed to save money for Lena's upcoming surgery. I soon received word that I was being transferred to Newark, but I was allowed to pay the Jimenez family one last visit. When we arrived, both Elder Hepworth and I felt we should give Lena a priesthood blessing. I felt he should give it. As Elder Hepworth gave the blessing, I could tell something special was happening. We had true spiritual power resting upon us. Lena started crying before the blessing ended. She could feel a tingling sensation happening in her hand. Then suddenly she was healed and she could move it normally. Elder Hepworth and I looked at each other in shock. Anna had Lena raise her arm and lower it without any pain. Anna was baptized the following week and has been a stalwart member ever since. A few months later, I was serving as a zone leader in Patterson, New Jersey with Elder Cobb. My previous companion and I had felt guided to a certain part of the city where there weren't a lot of Spanish-speaking people. On this night, I drove back into that same neighborhood. As we crossed an intersection, I heard a male voice shout, "Stop the car." I quickly slammed on the brakes and pulled to the side of the road. I turned to Elder Cobb and said, "What's so important?" He looked at me like I was nuts. "What do you mean?" he asked. "Why did you shout to stop the car?" I asked. "I didn't say anything," he said, looking puzzled. "You really didn't hear that?" I asked, but he shook his head. I tried to explain, but I finally said, "We must need to find somebody around here." We parked the car and started walking, and I spotted a guy on a ladder painting the second story of a house. I shouted up to him, "Do you know where any Spanish-speaking people live on this block?" He pointed across the street and said, "Try that house over there." We went to the house he pointed to, and a cheerful-looking man opened the door as we approached. He was just leaving, but we gave him a Book of Mormon, and he said he would be interested in having us come back. Our conversation with him lasted about a minute. I turned around to thank the guy on the ladder, but there was no sign of him. I couldn't believe it. He could hardly have climbed down to the ground in the time we had our backs to him, much less cart away paint can and the ladder. The combination of the shouting voice and the disappearing ladder guy, all within 5 minutes, hinted that there might be something special about this family. The family joined the church within a month. We soon met the husband's sisters, Jenny and Karina, who were soon baptized as well. They have been ambassadors of the gospel throughout their lives. At the end of my mission, a few months later, Jenny asked if I could give her a priesthood blessing. I did, and when I concluded, she turned around and told me that during the blessing, she had received a vision of a young blonde girl with short hair who was praying at the side of her bed. The girl was asking Heavenly Father to guide her and help her find the right person to spend her life with. Jenny felt this was the girl I would marry. I knew Jenny was very receptive to spiritual things, and I took her seriously. I didn't know any girls with short blonde hair, though. A week later, I was home in Springville, Utah. I saw my brother's 1988 high school yearbook on his shelf, so I grabbed it and flipped through it. There was a half-page feature about a girl named Tammy Douglas. When I saw her face, I felt the most electrifying shock of my life. Staring back at me was a beautiful girl with short blonde hair. I quickly turned to her senior class photo and I was fascinated. I realized she would have been a sophomore when I was a senior, but I couldn't remember her. She would have graduated more than a year earlier and had probably gone off to college somewhere. What were the odds I would find her? I'll end the suspense now. I found her. In the next post, I'll share how the Lord brought us together. Now, I'm not saying that that young woman did not regain the ability to use her arm, and quite frankly, I hope that that is true. Him telling this story of him saying a prayer over people and suddenly she was able to fully use her arm is very reminiscent of Jim Jones. And this went down in 1987. So very quickly, he has decided he has a full range of power over people. That is terrifying. Also in this post, he speaks very highly of Tammy. And as we progress through more of his blog posts, he absolutely speaks of her as if though she is an angel among us. By all accounts that we know about her, she absolutely was. It makes my blood boil to know that at one time he thought the world of her, but yet in October of 2019, he could so easily discard her and move on to this life of craziness that he now finds himself in. In Chad's next 3 blog posts, he talks in length about Tammy, about his relationship with a football player, as well as visions that he had about his growing family and about his children. You guys can expect episodes 4, 5, and 6 of this series to be coming very soon. And just a heads up, I will have different quarantine hair in those videos and a different quarantine shirt. I recorded episodes 1, 2, and 3 of this series all in the same day. Trust me, I've changed my clothes. I've taken care of myself. I'm just getting as much done as I possibly can in one sitting. I hope wherever this video finds you, you're having the best day ever. I hope that you are safe and healthy and that your family is safe and healthy. Sending good vibes to everybody. We all need support right now. I thank you so much for spending your time with me. Drop a comment down below. Let me know what you guys think of Chad's blog post. I will catch you guys very soon, and we will go over some more of Chad's blog posts. They're very interesting, and they give us a lot of insight as to what's going on these days. So I will see you when I see you. Bye, guys. Hey friends, how are we doing today? Today we are going to go over blog posts 10, 11, and 12 from Chad Daybell's blog. This will be the 4th episode in a 6-part series that covers all 18 of his blog posts that he made in the fall of 2015. There's been 3 previous episodes prior to this one. There's a Chad Daybell blog playlist linked in the description box below, and there you can find all of the prior episodes if you happen to miss one. Now before we get started, welcome back to my channel. If you are new here, it is awesome to meet you. I definitely invite you to hit that subscribe button. I, for one, am very proud of the community that's being built here at this channel, and I would love for you to be part of it. Now, with all that being said, let's go ahead and get into these next few blog posts. Over the course of the next few blog posts, his main topic is Tammy. Knowing what we know now, it's very frustrating to look back at these words he spoke about her and not want to wish you had one of his magic portals so you could find him and punch him in the face. It's very unfortunate that just shy of their 30-year wedding anniversary, he suddenly found her to be disposable. She didn't deserve that, and hopefully soon, there will be charges coming that does provide some justice for Tammy and her family. Blog post number 10 is called The Cemetery Courtship. In my last post, I ended by describing how I felt when I saw my future wife Tammy's photo in a yearbook. I asked my brothers about her and was thrilled to find out she was the secretary for Springville's Park and Cemeteries Department. I still couldn't figure out why I couldn't remember her. Then I came to understand that some sort of spiritual veil had been placed over my mind concerning her during high school. If we had gotten to know each other at the time, we would have become inseparable, but we still had many growing experiences to go through on our own before we became a couple. The timing wasn't right for either of us. However, I was surprised to find out later that Tammy had been keeping an eye on me since her sophomore year. I was on the Springfield High Student Council, and she was in the audience during the assemblies. The student body president and I would put together crazy skits such as dancing wildly around and jumping on the stage like rock stars. Despite this, Tammy still admired me from afar in the school halls. While I was on my mission, she had even told her friends, "I'm going to date that Chad Daybell when he gets home." During my final interview with my mission president, I explained that I wanted to teach at the Missionary Training Center in Provo. I would be attending BYU, and I thought a job there would work out well. My mission president had connections at the MTC, and he wrote a wonderful letter of recommendation for me. A few days after I got home, I took the letter to the MTC and was interviewed on the spot. The interview went great. I filled out some paperwork and then returned the following week to teach classes to actual missionaries. An evaluator observed me, and afterward, he said he was impressed. He said to expect a call to start working there within a week. I was excited that everything had gone so smoothly. At church, they had announced a Signals Ward family night, and I was really hoping Tammy would be there. When I arrived, the group was already playing a ragtag game of volleyball. I had spotted Tammy from the moment I entered the cultural hall. She later told me she was watching me too, although at the time I wasn't aware she knew who I was. She was on the volleyball team, so I joined the other team, and soon we rotated to be across the net from each other. We stared at each other for a moment before she confidently said, "I'm going to spike it in your face." I smiled at her comment, but the only reply I could come up with was, "Oh yeah?" Then the ball was served into the net and we rotated away from each other. We didn't speak again the rest of the night, although we still played a cat and mouse game of keeping an eye on each other. Toward the end of the night, a friend said he wanted to go on a double date on Friday, so I told him I would ask Tammy out. I went home and called her, and I was relieved when she accepted. I later found out that Tammy had actually danced around the living room after she hung up the phone. Tammy hadn't been too big on dating, so her parents sensed from her excited reaction that she might actually be interested in me. Friday finally arrived. We were both a little nervous, but I was smitten right from the start. The date went great, and we went to a fireside at the Marriott Center 2 days later. I was feeling good about how things were going. That next week, I returned to the MTC because I hadn't heard anything from them about my job. I talked to the secretary and explained I'd gone through the whole process and was waiting to hear my starting date. "I remember you," she said. "The evaluator said you did well. Let me get your file." She opened the filing cabinet behind her and shuffled through some papers. "I know it was right here," she said. I waited for a few minutes as she checked every possible spot the file could be, but it just wasn't there. She called in the evaluator and asked if he had taken my file. "No," he said. "Can't you find it?" To make a long story short, they never found it. The evaluator finally said, "I'm sorry, but you're going to have to start over. If you fill out the paperwork today, we could have you teach a class next week." "You already saw me teach," I said. "Can't we go from that?" "I wish, but we need a record of the missionaries' evaluations of you, and that group left last week." "Don't worry," he said. "It'll go quickly." I was a bit perturbed, but I took the paperwork with me and returned home. I called Tammy at her job and told her what had happened. "I guess I'll just do it again," I said. Tammy had other ideas. She knew my brother was leaving on his mission soon and was going to quit working at the cemetery. Tammy called the cemetery sexton, Denny Pickering, and told him that I was looking for a part-time job. "Really?" Denny asked. "That would be great. Have him put in an application." Tammy called me back and said, "I think I found a job for you." I was soon hired, and that's how I got into the cemetery business. In retrospect, I know there was some heavenly intervention involved in my missing NTC file, because the cemetery job was actually a better fit for me in every way. I could work longer hours at a higher hourly wage, and I could see the woman I was interested in more often. Tammy's office was downtown, but at times she had to bring burial reports to the cemetery. Denny told me, "Tammy used to bring those reports up here once a week. Now she seems to come almost every day." Her visits usually happened to coincide with my break time, and our cemetery courtship allowed us to get better acquainted. Within a month, we took the bold step of actually sitting next to each other during the singles ward sacrament meeting, the universal sign to other ward members we are now a couple and pretty much off limits to anyone else. I began praying sincerely whether Tammy was the person I should marry. One evening, I was driving alone from BYU back to Springville. I told Heavenly Father that even though I had only known Tammy for about 10 weeks, I had decided to propose to her. I received such a strong yes that it brought tears to my eyes. That night, I unofficially proposed to her. Then on the night before Thanksgiving, I knelt down before her and gave her a diamond engagement ring. She thankfully said yes, and we spent Thanksgiving Day showing the ring to our extended families. We registered for 3 classes together during BYU's winter semester, and Tammy literally saved my grade in statistics. I never would have survived that class without her. We were married in March 1990 in the Manti Temple and just really enjoyed being newlyweds. However, it wasn't long before our future children started making their presence known through the veil. They were anxious to come to Earth and wanted to know what we are waiting for. Before I cover that topic, though, in my next entry, I'll share what it was like to grow up with Scott Mitchell, a former NFL quarterback who recently was in the spotlight again on the TV show The Biggest Loser. He is a deeply spiritual person who has bounced back from obesity to reclaim his life and to inspire others. Now, the way Chad and Tammy's relationship started was actually very cute. They seemingly had some sort of divine intervention that resulted in both of them working for the Parks and Cemetery Department. Looking at this post and getting a feel for the beginning stages of their relationship, and frankly, how quickly it moved. Like they went from 0 to 60 to engaged to married, bam, 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 and they were okay with that. That worked for them. The type of love story that he's depicting in this blog post is something that so many people on this planet are jealous of. And in my opinion, after nearly 30 years of marriage, he threw it all away over some whacked out religious beliefs and some cute blonde from Arizona. Blog post number 11 is named Scott Mitchell is Alive Again. Football season is underway, and that always sends me back to the Springville Middle School's gymnasium in 6th grade. 40 boys sat cross-legged on the floor in front of Coach Claire Shipp, our PE teacher. We were about to start our flag football season, and he told us, there might be some of you in this room who will play on the high school football team, and maybe even one of you will go on to play in college, like Scott Phillips at BYU. We all nodded. Scott Phillips was a living legend to us. He started at Springville High in the 1970s and was a running back for the Cougars at the time. His glory was magnified even more by the fact that his younger sister, Jerry was in our grade. She would bring strips of paper to school with Scott's autograph on them and hand them out. Sitting a couple rows over from me that day was a brown-haired boy named Scott Mitchell. He would someday surpass all of Scott Phillips' Springville records. He had a stellar college career and played 12 years as an NFL quarterback. Scott and I were teammates throughout our younger years, beginning with our first City League tackle football team in 7th grade. We were also on basketball and baseball teams together. His dad, Bill, was usually our coach, and he would bring out the best in us. We were members of the class of 1986, and it was one of those extraordinary classes that emerge every 30 years or so. We were absolutely loaded with athletes. For example, if I had been in the class of 1987, I probably would have ranked among the top 15 athletes. In the class of 86, though, I was somewhere around number 39, landing me solidly on the student council. We were very talented, but Scott's competitiveness and determination helped push our group to a higher level in every sport. We won state championships in football and baseball, and we narrowly missed winning the basketball title. But underlying all of Scott's athletic success was trouble at home that none of us really knew about. For example, one night after hitting 2 home runs in a state baseball playoff game, he arrived home to find an eviction notice on his front door. His family suffered through many other troubles during that time that most Springville residents were unaware of. He had held it inside for many years. He went on to start the University of Utah, setting several NCAA passing records. The Miami Dolphins then drafted him in 1990, and he's been 3 years as Dan Marino's backup. Dan suffered a season-ending injury early in the 1993 season, and Scott came in and led the team to several victories. He became a free agent and signed with the Detroit Lions, where he teamed up with Hall of Famer Barry Sanders for several seasons. He ended his career with the Ravens and the Cincinnati Bengals. He later coached the Springville High football team for 4 years and led the program back to prominence. Meanwhile, he started to gain a lot of weight. Scott and I have often talked throughout the years about publishing his life story, even as recently as 2 years ago. The timing never felt right, though. Then, Scott's dad, Bill, passed away from obesity-related issues, and Scott had several meaningful experiences that indicated he needed to change his life. Scott had ballooned to 366 pounds, and he could see himself following his father's path. Last year, he decided to audition for the TV show The Biggest Loser and was accepted as a cast member. He soon became a focal point of the season as he confronted the family and personal challenges that had tormented him for so long. As I watched the show, I felt a strong prompting to contact Scott. I sent him a Facebook message asking, "Is it time we finally do your book?" He quickly responded that he'd been having the same impressions. He happened to be in Utah for a short break before The Biggest Loser finale, so I went to his home and showed him the variety of books Spring Creek had produced over the years. We talked for 2 hours, and it was great to reconnect. Other publishers were interested in his story, of course, and Scott listened to their offers. I waited nervously for a few days for him to make his decision, but he finally called me and said, "Let's go for it." We took an unusual route in producing Scott's book. We had a court reporter come to Scott's home. She typed away while Scott told us his story. He really opened up and shared a lot of things that I'd never known before. I would occasionally ask him questions when we needed clarification, but for the most part, he just talked through the key moments of his life, such as how an answered prayer led him to attend Utah instead of BYU. 7 hours later, we essentially had the book. Scott spent a couple of weeks adding stories and refining the text while I double-checked game scores and other details. His wife, Wendy, was a great help in shaping the manuscript, and she helped select the photos that are inside of the book. I'm so happy with how the book turned out. I read it again a few days ago simply because it's an enjoyable read. It's the true hero's journey. Scott let his obesity take him to the depths of despair, but he fought back and is truly alive again. I have accompanied Scott to several speaking events this past summer. He speaks for about 45 minutes and has the audience laughing one moment and wiping away tears the next. Then we sell books afterwards, and as Scott autographs the books for people, it is so rewarding to hear how his journey has touched so many lives. In my next entry, I'll share the dream I had that showed how eager our kids were to come to Earth, even though I probably could have waited a bit longer. Now, just like I had mentioned in a previous episode in this series, I feel like Chad exploits people, 100%. I feel like with Scott Mitchell, he absolutely did that. Once he saw he was on The Biggest Loser, he was like, oh my gosh, he's relevant again. Or let me see if he'll let me publish his book now. And then all of his people will come flocking to me. You know, he's just piggybacking somebody else's success. And I feel like, even though, again, not a fan of Julie Rowe, I feel like he did that with her because she had already established herself within certain groups. And I feel like he used her in order to gain personal success, not because he believed in her story, but it was more so what's in it for me. And I feel like that's how he operates 100% to this day. I don't for a second believe that Chad does anything that's going to benefit somebody else. The only thing that Chad is interested in is what benefits him. In my opinion, he's a very selfish human being. I feel sorry for the people who trusted him, shared their stories with him, and thought that he had their best interest at heart, when in fact, all he had was his own interest in mind. Entry number 12 is called Don't Forget About Me. Soon after Tammy and I were married, she accepted a full-time secretarial position with Springville City. The city leaders realized it was time to computerize all of the old handwritten cemetery cards, as well as double-check their accuracy. It was more work than Tammy could do on a part-time basis, so they created the new position. The job came with full insurance benefits, and it was a blessing to us. I was still on scholarship and progressing through BYU's journalism program. I was offered the assistant city editor position at the Daily Universe beginning the fall semester of 1991. And suddenly, Tammy and I felt rich. We were eating out a lot, going to concerts, buying whole boxes of Symphony candy bars at Sam Clubs, and so on. Life was great. I was just enjoying living in the now. For once, I had put the future out of my mind. I had an adorable, loving wife. We both had good jobs, and we were having a lot of fun. Then came the announcement I'd been hoping to postpone for another year or two. Tammy said, I feel like it's time we start our family. Are you sure? I asked. Shouldn't we wait until I have a solid job? I feel our children are ready to come, she said firmly. And I knew not to argue. We soon had a child on the way. Fast forward a few months later to my BYU graduation. Tammy was due in a month, and I was still worried how everything was going to work out. She told me she had prayed about it and was going to quit her job when the baby was born. She was confident I would find a job to support the family. I should have trusted her. She doesn't have dreams or visions, but when the Spirit confirms something to her, I pay attention. Garth was born in late May, and we loved our new little son. The copy editor job at the Ogden Standard Examiner materialized within a month, and we moved to Weber County. As I outlined in an earlier post, the new job had a few pros and a few cons. Tammy and I were getting along fine, but Garth was actually turning into a wild child. He would get into the kitchen cupboards and dump everything out, particularly syrup. He was also a master climber. If he saw Tammy put cookies into the cupboard above the fridge, he'd find a way to get them when she wasn't looking. After one challenging day, I went to the Ogden Temple to pray and contemplate my family's future. I was blessed to receive a special vision where I was shown our children many years down the road. The kids seemed to be in the early 20s to late teens, and they were wearing church clothes. It seemed to be a special event. I watched them interact with each other from about 10 feet away. I recognized Garth, and he still had lighter hair. He was talking to a taller young man with brown hair. There were also two girls in the dream. The older one had dark short hair, and she was smiling at a girl with blonde hair. The four kids talked among themselves for a moment. Then a brown-haired boy in his early teens came skipping into the room saying, "Don't forget about me! Don't forget about me!" He joined the four others and smiled in my direction. The boy was the exact age of our son Mark, right down to the mischievous smile. I knew I was seeing the 5 children that Tammy and I would raise. It was neat to see their hair color and even their personalities. I went home and told Tammy about the vision. It brought great peace of mind to us that Garth might someday behave. A few years later, we were living in Springville again. I had taken the cemetery sexton job, and Tammy was 8 months along with our 4th child, Leah. I got an urgent call one morning at work that Tammy felt something was wrong. Her mom, Phyllis, was taking her to the Payson Hospital, and I should meet her there. When I arrived, Tammy was in a hospital gown, waiting for a doctor to see her. She was lying on a bed and explained how she felt something pop deep inside her. As we talked, she suddenly started bleeding heavily, and it turned into a frantic situation. I gave her a quick priesthood blessing. Then the nurses rushed her into an operating room. Phyllis and I got out of the way and then waited anxiously. I snuck down the hall and peered through the room's small window. All I could see was the top of Tammy's head as several nurses and 2 doctors surrounded her. I was scared, but I also felt it wasn't Tammy's time to die. Within a couple of minutes, Leah was born via emergency C-section about 4 weeks early. She was a tiny little thing, but she rebounded quickly and soon was the same size as the other children her age. Needless to say, the doctor told us that Tammy was done having kids. He'd had to slice through her stomach muscles to save Leah, and combined with other factors, he advised her against ever getting pregnant again. At the time, I was just relieved Tammy and Leah were okay, but lingering in the back of my mind was the sing-song chant of "Don't forget about me." I didn't press the issue, but Tammy hadn't forgot about the vision either. We had some serious concerns, especially after Leah's traumatic birth, but we also had faith that the Lord would watch over her. Tammy became pregnant in the summer of 1999, and thankfully there were few complications. Mark was born in March of 2000. It strengthened our testimony to see how each child fit into that vision, and we knew that our family was now complete. That vision was so implanted on my mind that it had been a little eerie to see the kids become the people I had seen. However, I had never seen all 5 kids together at once like I had in the vision. When Garth departed on his mission to Oklahoma in 2011, Mark was still a small boy. Then Emma left on her mission to Tennessee before Garth returned. With the lowering of mission ages, Seth was getting ready to leave on his mission in June. It looked like we'd have a stretch of nearly 6 years without having all 5 children home at the same time. I began to wonder if the dream was simply symbolic. Then we received word that Emma had contracted a serious illness on her mission and needed to return home a few months early. We picked her up at the airport in December 2013, and she was pale and deathly ill. It took her several months to recover. Meanwhile, Seth had received his mission call to Virginia. The night that Seth was set to depart as a missionary, the 5 kids all put on mission badges and posed together. As I watched them, I got emotional, realizing the day had finally arrived I had seen my vision. I was so grateful Mark had not been forgotten. In my next post, I will delve into some of the interesting experiences I had while working as a cemetery sexton. We talked about this in previous episodes. Chad puts a lot of stock into these visions. He put so much stock into his vision of 5 children that he was willing to put Tammy's life at risk in order to make that vision come to fruition. That's terrifying. I appreciate someone with strong belief systems and strong faith. But there comes a point where you're like, you have to consider, okay, just because I think it and I really want it to happen, just because I've dreamt about it and I really want it to come true, that doesn't mean sacrifice the health and welfare of your wife in order to make your vision come to light. That makes no sense to me. Now, luckily, Tammy and the baby ended up being just fine, but hindsight, of course, is 2020. What if it hadn't worked out that way? What would that have done to his vision at that point? There is no logic. to that whole scenario, in my opinion. What we know about Chad now is that clearly he's not above putting Tammy's life at risk to get what he wants. So what do you guys think about all the things that Chad said about Tammy? Do you guys think it was sweet the way he described the meeting and their relationship evolving? What do you guys think of him putting her life at risk in order to make his vision of 5 children become truth? Like, I seriously doubt I'm the only one who sees an issue with that, especially knowing what we know now. I know, leave some comments down below in the comment section and let's talk about it. I feel like there's a lot to talk about concerning him and Tammy and how their family came to be. I would love to hear exactly what you guys think because I have my own opinions. We can have a nice little chat down below. And I also would love for you guys to give this video a big fat thumbs up if you hope that someday soon we will get justice for Tammy. By all accounts, she was a wonderful woman. I will leave the link to her obituary in the description box down below. If you've not read it yet, I definitely invite you to go do that. So wherever this video finds you, I hope you're having the best day ever. I hope you are safe and healthy, and I hope your family is safe and healthy. Stay safe out there, make good choices, and I will see you guys tomorrow with episode 5. Bye, guys. Hey friends, how are we doing today? Welcome to episode 5 of Chad Daybell's blog post series. Today we are going to go over posts 13, 14, and 15. He's going to talk about some paranormal experiences he had while working at the cemetery. He is going to discuss his vision and ultimate decision to move his family to Rexburg, Idaho. If you recall from an earlier episode, he did talk about his grandfather, Keith Daybell. Well, in post number 15, we are going to be introduced to the grandfather from his mother's side, to whom he claims to have a spiritual connection with as well. Now, before we get started, welcome back to my channel. If you are new here, welcome. It is great to meet you. I definitely invite you to hit that subscribe button. I'm very proud of the community that's being built here at this channel, and I would love for you to be part of it. So with all that out of the way, let's go ahead and jump into these blog posts. Post number 13 is called Eddie and the Ghost Boy. I thought it would be fitting to have my 13th blog entry be tied to a couple of cemetery experiences. I basically served 2 5-year terms as cemetery sexton. I worked for Springville City from 1995 to 2000 before moving on to other jobs. Then I was Spanish Fork sexton from 2009 to 2013 before returning to Springville for a year. I don't think I'll ever return. It's a challenging profession, both physically and emotionally. Also, my daily life was pretty much in the hands of local mortuaries. If a funeral was scheduled for Saturday, I worked Saturday. If I planned to attend a special event, it was almost guaranteed someone would pass away and the funeral would be scheduled at the same time. I could sometimes get a coworker to cover for me, but often it felt like the Grim Reaper was checking our family's calendar and doing his best to disrupt our plans. I did like many aspects of the job. I enjoyed the friendships with my coworkers and helping visitors locate their relatives' graves, but my sensitivity to the other side of the veil worked against me. As the years passed, the cumulative experiences began to weigh me down. I guess the phrase emotional baggage is a fair description of what I was dealing with. Each day at work would add another pebble to my invisible emotional backpack. The backpack just got too heavy after about 5 years, and leaving the sexton job was the only way I could shake off the baggage. Sad funerals would obviously add a few extra pebbles, but I also sensed other situations, such as when a mother would come the night before and cry over her son's grave. The energy still radiated the next morning. It wasn't necessarily a dark energy, but the grief the mother felt would still weigh me down. I did have some encounters with spirits. Sometimes the deceased person stays here on earth rather than moving on to a heavenly realm. There were times earthbound spirits followed me around for a few days, and a couple of them stayed for almost a year. I avoided acknowledging them, but if I did, my day basically turned into an episode of The Ghost Whisperer. The most tangible ghostly experience I had as a sexton occurred after we buried a man named Eddie, who had been known in town as a petty thief. His burial spot wasn't far from my office, and almost immediately after his funeral, I saw weird things happening. The first thing I noticed was the window in the women's restroom would be cracked open about 2 inches each morning when I'd come to work, even though I'd locked the restroom door and latched the window. When I arrived the next day, the gate was open to the enclosure where we kept the backhoe and dump truck. This was unusual because I always checked that lock when I left in the evening. It's possible I'd accidentally left the gate open for the first time, but after it happened 3 times that week, I strongly suspected Eddie was still picking locks despite being dead. As I left work after the 3rd incident, I tucked a piece of plastic around the lock in a certain way so I could tell if somebody touched it. I drove to the cemetery that night at 9 o'clock to check the lock. It was fastened securely just as I had left it. As you can guess by now, when I arrived early the next morning, the lock was undone. The plastic was still in place, but somehow the gate had been pushed open a few inches. I wasn't very amused by this ghostly prankster. The biggest surprise came moments later when I checked the shed next to my office. The shed had a padlock that required a key, but not only was the shed unlocked, the padlock itself was hooked on a peg above the door. But at this point, I wasn't scared. I was mad. I figured Eddie was nearby, probably pleased I'd noticed his handiwork. So I turned around and said, "Hey, Eddie, listen to me. I'm impressed with your skills, but you're going to get me in trouble. What if someone sees the open gate and steals the backhoe? I'd get fired." I paused for a few seconds, then added, "Eddie, you don't belong here. There's a better place for you. Look around, go toward the light, and don't come back." He must have listened because I didn't have any problem with the locks after that. When I retired as Springville Sexton in 2000, I compiled several interesting cemetery facts and stories into a book entitled One Foot in the Grave: The Strange but True Experience of a Cemetery Sexton. It's hardly a literary classic, but there are some humorous and informative chapters in it. I tried to make it as lighthearted as possible. It's available on Amazon and in Kindle form, FYI. Most days at the cemetery for my coworkers are fairly mundane, but every once in a while we had some ghostly experiences. I went to share a unique situation where I didn't see anything, but my 2 coworkers did. I'll call them Darren and Sam to protect their privacy. They've told me the story many times, but it has been a few years, and maybe they're tired of talking about it. We were filling a grave in part of the cemetery where many original settlers were buried. Once the vault was in the ground, I got in the backhoe and drove the backhoe to our dirt pile a few hundred yards away. When I returned with a scoop of dirt, I saw Darren and Sam both backing away from the grave. Sam was pointing at something, and Darren actually hid behind Sam. At that point, the backhoe was close enough that they turned to look at me. Something had clearly spooked them. I dumped the dirt in the grave, then turned off the machine and hopped out. The other 2 started shoveling the dirt as if nothing had happened. But then Sam asked me, "Did you see him too?" "What do you mean?" I asked. They looked at each other in surprise. Sam stammered for a moment before walking to a spot about 10 feet from the grave. "There was a boy standing right here," Sam said. "He was watching us." Darren said, "Yeah, he was probably about 8 years old and about 4 feet tall. He had on some clothes like from the Great Depression, but he vanished when you got closer with the backhoe." A chill went up my spine as he said that, and I felt a little freaked out as well. "Could you see through him?" I asked. They both shook their heads. "I thought he was a real kid at first," Darren said. "He had dark hair, but his skin looked kind of gray. He stood there for at least 30 seconds. He actually looked kind of mad," Sam added. "I was glad he disappeared when you drove back over here." We discussed that boy many times during the rest of the summer. The interesting thing to me is that both Darren and Sam had saw him. I checked the cemetery records, and there were 3 young boys buried in that area who had died in the 1930s. So maybe one of them just wanted to stop by and see how things were going. In upcoming posts, I'll share examples of how scenes relating to my novels have come into my mind. Many of these visions occurred when I was weed eating around headstones. I often snapped out of vision to find myself still holding the weed eater a few feet from where I last remembered standing. Too bad no one ever caught me on video. I'm sure it would have been entertaining to watch. Before I share those visions, though, in my next blog, I'll explain why my family and I now live in Rexburg, Idaho, after living in Utah for most of our lives. Now, whether or not you believe in any sort of paranormal activity or ghost, that's on you. But in my opinion, this blog post isn't anything different than you hear from anybody else who claims to have had any sort of paranormal experience. In the paranormal world, it's also not uncommon for people to be told if they're experiencing anything to go ahead and tell the spirit, you don't have to stay here. Basically, give the spirit permission to move on. So this post in and of itself isn't that bizarre to me. I mean, we have a family friend who is actually a grave digger in Mississippi, and he's got some stories from around the cemetery where he works that are like, whoa. And this is a guy who you would never think would be freaked out by anything, but there's a couple times that have set him back in a seat where he's like, what in the actual hell? For Chad to have claimed to have experiences at the cemetery is not that surprising. In comparison to his other blog posts, this one actually seems the most normal out of all of them. Post number 14 is named Following the Path to Idaho. My mother loves to organize family get-togethers, and in August of 2014, she rented a large cabin in Island Park, Idaho, for the whole extended family. On our way to the cabin, we stopped at a gas station in the town of St. Anthony, north of Rexburg. As I filled the van with gas, I looked south back over the valley. A voice simply said, "You'll live here soon." I was genuinely surprised to receive that message. We were firmly entrenched in Springville. I was still the cemetery sexton at the time, and Tammy had just taken a secretarial position at Springville High. I knew she wouldn't respond very well to this new information, so I kept it to myself. Besides, what did soon mean? There was no need for Tammy to worry about it if we weren't supposed to make the move for a couple of years. We spent a few fun days at Island Park riding the boat, playing on a wave runner, and just enjoying a much-needed break from everyday life. The scenery was beautiful, and everything was so calm and laid back. The thought of living in Idaho started to really appeal to me. After our vacation, I went to the Provo Temple to get a confirmation about the prompting. The spirit assured me it was true, but I was still left in the dark concerning the timing. It was soon after the new year that I received the promptings to publish books by Hector Sosa and Scott Mitchell, and I knew I would have to be in Springville to complete those books. However, I also had promptings I would be in Idaho when I finished my latest novel, Days of Fury. I'd also been told by the spirit to start this blog once we were settled in Idaho. So there were a lot of conflicting scenarios being presented to me. I didn't see how it would all fit together. In early February, I had another vision. I was walking down a path, and I came to a fork in the path. As I looked down the right fork, I saw in the distance a glorious city with a temple in the center of it. A voice said, "Moving to Rexburg will be a tremendous blessing to your children and your grandchildren." I glanced down the left fork and sensed it represented us not moving away. That path was filled with many lost opportunities. After this vision, I reread my children's patriarchal blessings, and each one of them verified what I had seen. I was still waiting for the right time to even mention it to my family, though. A couple of weeks later, as we were eating dinner, the following words just slipped out of my mouth. "When we moved to Rexburg." I didn't finish the sentence, and then I saw the look on Tammy's face. She loudly said, "What?" Things got a little tense after that, but I explained the feelings I'd been having and how I wasn't sure how all of the projects would fit together. I said, "Maybe it won't happen for a year or two." Forget I said anything. Tammy wasn't thrilled, and I completely understood her feelings. Moving to Idaho would be a major undertaking that would uproot us from our families. So I tried not to bring it up again. Then after a few weeks, she also felt impressed by the spirit that it was what we should do. She started looking at real estate websites. One house in particular jumped out at us, and there was a second home that seemed like it might work. So we decided to drive up to Rexburg in late March. We had learned from past experiences that if we were supposed to move, things would fall into place almost magically. If we weren't supposed to move yet, nothing would work out. I called up the realtor of the first home, and she agreed to meet us there the following Saturday. I mentioned the second home, and she arranged for us to look at that as well. We went to the first house, and it wasn't what had been advertised. We were very disappointed, but we decided to look at the second house. It was a lot like our home in Springville, except it also had 4 acres of a pasture and a pond. The home needed new carpet and fresh paint, but as I walked through the pasture and discussed the house with my son Garth, we both really felt like this was the place for us. Garth said, "I feel like I could really thrive here." Tammy and the other children agreed, and from that point on, everything came together quickly. We closed on the house in early June. I still had those other projects to complete though. We sent Scott's book to press in April and Hector's book in late May. Once we moved, I began working on my novel. It was a year overdue, but I started going to the McKay Library on the BYU Idaho campus each morning and working on it for a few hours at a time. The final chapter seemed to be dictated to me by the Spirit, and I typed as fast as I could.
With those jurors, I'll note that the states here represented by the prosecutors and the defense, as well as the defendant present here. We also have attending members in the courtroom of the public. And the court did have a concern raised and wanted to address that in this case on March 28th, the court issued a non-dissemination order, also commonly known as a gag order. Under the terms of that order, counsel's been prohibited from discussing this case with the media while this jury selection process is occurring in order to try to maximize our efficiency in obtaining impartial jurors. The order is directed towards counsel. However, it also does address if counsel is approached by or attempted to have communication with the media and to report that to the court if it occurs. Nothing at this stage has occurred, but the court is advising and admonishing members of the media in this case that the attorneys are currently subject to a gag order and are not permitted to talk to you about the matter while this jury selection process begins. And I'll remind counsel that if anyone persists or that occurs, you think outside of the scope of the order, please report it to the court, and the court will then address that individually with any media member that is trying to elicit a non-compliance with the order. So any questions about that or the court's order from the state,
No, Your Honor, thank you.
from the defense?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that in mind, then I believe we're ready to continue with Fort Dyer in this next group. Is the state ready to have the jurors brought in?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. So it'll be right before then. Yes, sir. Okay, we're gonna have a slight delay here before the jurors come in. Okay, counsel, we do have one extra juror in this pool as well that was either late or FTA yesterday. Juror number 1112, and they'll be included in the group. We'll seat them on one end or the other of the front row, wherever the bailiffs think is appropriate, and I'll have them hold up their card numbers so we can confirm where that juror is seated. It probably makes sense to seat them on the far side, to the right of 1623.
And Your Honor, I would indicate on the chart we were given, we had a placeholder. It was just for the other juror number that we brought in this morning.
Yeah,
So
okay.
that most likely just be changed to the 1112.
Yeah, I think we'll go ahead and put them on that side, so we would have 7 on the front row. While we're waiting also, council, on our juror affirmations, there's a couple of notes, and I'll share these with council when the time is appropriate, but just note that we've got jurors number 240 and 265. There's something else we'll address with them individually relating to their juror affirmations, and some additional information. I'll get you copies of these affirmations so that you can see what they've noted on there, and we can address those in our individual board diary with those jurors. All right, please.
Gotta go, here you are.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
11-12, the front row forward.
Okay, I will confirm. Thank you. Okay, we're on the record on KCR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. I'll note that the defendant, Mr. Daybell, is here present with his counsel, Mr. Pryor. State's here as well represented by the prosecutors, and they'll be introduced individually here shortly. Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, at this time then, just to confirm, ladies and gentlemen of the jury that have been brought back, you're all seated now. For us to just confirm on our seating charts, if you wouldn't mind, please take those red cards you have and hold those up, and then we'll confirm our seating chart.
Your Honor, I think I have the front row on bird.
I think for purposes of going forward with the time we have, it might be easier to just get them rearranged. So if you're in the right place, 1112, and the rest of you, if you please stand up, we're gonna have you change seats.
Yes. So all rows or
No, just the front row.
just any
1623,
Yeah, you can walk around.
then 1624. 1640. 1747. 1747 and 1758. And the last one, last year, was 1761. And then this road needs to be one out around. It's gonna be 1760. 1793.
Okay, so we'll have the back row shift as well then.
Judge, I have 17.
Let's see, can we have the back row raise their cards? Yeah, I'm sorry, we've got that inverted from the seating charts also.
So you guys stand up. 1793, come on around. Then 40. You good? Before you come down, you the second seat. Then 265. 1793, 240, 250. 265. 311. 328. Then 48. 512. 527. And 6517. Now I got him, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bailiff, appreciate that. Thanks for moving around. We're tracking you based on your numbers with the charts we've prepared, so we'll do another confirmation here at this time. If everyone would hold the red card number up, please. Okay, thanks each of you. I think we've got it lined up with our chart at this time. Before we begin this portion of the voir dire is I'll ask the state and the defense. Is there any objection to the manner in which this jury panel has been recalled and seated today?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thanks, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for returning this afternoon. You've been recalled as prospective jurors in the case now before us. I'll reintroduce myself and our court staff at this time. My name's Stephen W. Boyce, and I'm the district judge for Fremont County, Idaho, in charge of this courtroom and this trial. Our court clerk today is Shannon Holstein, seated to my right, and she's taking a record and minutes of these trial proceedings, as well as will administer oaths to you as jurors. Our courtroom marshals are here maintaining order in the courtroom and working with you jurors in where you'll be during the proceedings today. And our court reporter is seated down to my left. That's Mary Fox, who takes a stenographic record of all the proceedings. And finally, my staff attorney, Courtney Stallings, is seated to the far right, and she assists me with legal research and administrative issues that come up throughout the day. Each one of you is qualified to serve as a juror of this court, and you've all filled out a questionnaire that's now been reviewed by counsel and the court, and it was determined you could be recalled for further questioning. The first thing we're doing in this trial is to select a total of 18 jurors, which will be 12 trial jurors and 6 alternates from among you. The clerk at this time is going to go through a roll call of each of you using your red card number. And we'll start at the front row with juror 112. But Madam Clerk, at this time, would you please go through the roll call of the jurors?
I call your number. If you could say that you're here audibly. Juror 112. Here. Juror 1623. Here. Juror 1624. Here. Juror 1640. Here. Juror 1747.
Here.
Juror 1758. Here. Juror 1761. Here. Juror 1793. Here. Juror 240.
Here.
Juror 250,
Here.
juror 265. Here. Juror 311. Here. Juror 328. Here. Juror 438.
Here.
Juror 512.
Here.
Juror 537. Here. And juror 657.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, thanks everyone for your attendance again. To assist you in understanding and participating in the jury selection process, I'm going to reintroduce you to the parties and their attorneys. I'd ask each as your name is called to briefly stand and face the jury panel, then retake your seat. The case has been brought by the state of Idaho, sometimes referred to by me as the prosecution. The state is represented at this trial by Lindsay Blake, prosecutor for Fremont County, Idaho; Rob Wood, prosecutor for Madison County, Idaho; Ingrid Beatty, a specially appointed prosecutor in this case; and Rocky Whitson, a deputy prosecutor for Fremont County, Idaho. The defendant in this case, Mr. Chad Guy Daybell, is represented by his attorney, John Pryor. This case is a criminal matter, which means the defendant has been charged by the state of Idaho with a violation of the law. Last week, when you completed your questionnaires, I read to you a summary of the amended indictment containing the charges. With regard to the defendant, the state of Idaho has alleged that the defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, committed the crimes of count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception; count 2, first-degree murder; count 3, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception; count 4, first-degree murder; count 5, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder; count 6, first-degree murder; count 7, insurance fraud; and count 9, insurance fraud. The defendant, Mr. Daybell, has pled not guilty to the charges. Please remember, this is simply a description of those charges, and it is not evidence. Under our law and system of justice, every defendant is presumed to be innocent. This means two things. First, the defendant has the burden of proving, first, the state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty. The state has that burden throughout the trial, and the defendant is never required to prove his innocence, nor does the defendant ever have to produce any evidence at all. Second, the state must prove the alleged crime beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. It may arise from a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence or from a lack of evidence. If after considering all the evidence you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt, you must find the defendant not guilty. I'll next discuss your duty as jurors. Your duty as jurors is to determine the facts and then apply the law set forth in my instructions to the facts. In this way, you will decide the case. In applying the court's instructions as to the controlling law, you must follow those instructions regardless of your opinion of what the law is or what the law should be, or what any lawyer may state the law to be. During the course of this trial, including the jury selection process, you are instructed that you are not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else, including through use of email, text messaging, social media, or any other form of communication, electronic or otherwise. Do not conduct any personal investigation or look up any information from any source, including the internet. Do not form an opinion as to the merits of the case until after the case has been submitted to you for your determination. At this time, then, I am going to request that the clerk place the entire jury panel under oath for the voir dire examination. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you'd please rise and raise your right hands. I'll have the clerk do that now.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will truthfully answer such questions as may be asked of you by court or counsel, touching upon your qualifications to sit as a trial juror in the Boston Allen trial, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated. In this part of the jury selection, you'll be asked questions touching on your qualifications to serve as jurors in this particular case. This part of the case is known as the voir dire examination. That is an ancient Anglo-Norman term dating back hundreds of years to the origins of the common law, and in Old French it simply means to speak the truth. Voir dire examination is for the purpose of determining if your decision in this case would in any way be influenced by opinions which you now hold, or by some personal experience or special knowledge which you may have concerning the subject matter to be tried. The object is to obtain 12 persons who can impartially try the issues of this case upon the evidence presented in this courtroom without being influenced by any other factors. Please understand that this questioning is not for the purpose of prying into your personal affairs, but only for the purpose of obtaining an impartial jury. Whenever you need to answer a question, you can raise your red card. When you're called upon to speak, please make a verbal response to any questions so we make a clear record, and try to avoid talking at the same time as anyone questioning you, again, so the record is clear. I'll note at this time also that these proceedings are being broadcast on the court's official YouTube channel. You are not being filmed or videoed. However, your audible answers are part of that public access through the court's channel. So with that in mind, if you have an answer to any question that you feel would be potentially embarrassing or just something you don't want to discuss open in the public, then please let me know and we'll arrange to have a more private setting where you can discuss that with the court or attorneys asking you. Also, if you have an answer to any question you think could prejudice or bias any of the other jurors here, please refrain from that and we will discuss that again outside the presence of other jurors. Additionally, many of you may have knowledge of this case from pretrial media coverage and publicity. If you do, please do not discuss in front of the other jurors any specific facts or details of the case. We'll talk to you individually about those as well. And that way we can try to maintain impartiality through what you know not being communicated to other jurors. I'm going to now read you a special instruction that I'm providing in this case, and that's as follows. The defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, has been charged in the amended indictment with certain counts of entering into a conspiracy with Lori Vallow Daybell and or Alex Cox. The crime of conspiracy involves an agreement by two or more persons to commit a crime. You must only consider the evidence against the defendant in this case and should not speculate as to any other case or legal proceedings involving the alleged co-conspirators. You must remember that the defendant has the presumption of innocence, and you must consider his guilt or innocence based solely on the evidence provided in this case. That concludes the court's special instruction. At this time, I would instruct the attorneys for both parties to avoid repeating questions already asked and answered. The attorneys do have the right, however, to direct follow-up questions or questions answered by the jurors. Also, for the jury, you should be aware that during and following this voir dire examination, one or more of you may be challenged. Each side can challenge you for cause, meaning they can ask you to be excused for some specific reason. In addition, each side has a number of what are called peremptory challenges, and that means they can challenge you and ask you to be excused without giving any reason for the dismissal. If you are excused by either side, please do not feel offended or feel that your honesty or integrity has been questioned. It is not. I'll also mention that if you are excused and anyone approaches you or wishes to talk to you about the case, with your excusal, you're no longer a potential juror in the case. However, please be aware that we are seeking to obtain an impartial jury in this case. You may refuse to answer questions if asked by the media. Otherwise, please be respectful of your fellow jurors as well as our process in seeking to obtain an impartial jury if you do choose to make any comments. At this time, the court is going to begin its own voir dire of the jury, and after that, the attorneys for the state and the defense will be permitted to ask their questions as well. So the first matter I'll take up relates to what you've already filled out here. You were given both juror information forms as well as a questionnaire. So starting with the juror information forms, if I'm going to ask, is the information you provided in those forms still true and accurate? If it is, please raise your red card. All right, we have one juror that's a more or less juror 250. And this isn't necessarily the questionnaire yet, just the juror information form. Is there something that has potentially changed there?
I'm sorry, are we talking about,
Oh, That's the questionnaire.
Okay.
The form is just, where you live, et cetera, that you're a resident of Ada County. That was something that would have been filled out, I think, before when the summons came.
my wife's title at her job is the one thing that I wrote down incorrectly.
Okay, we'll address that here in a moment on questionnaire. So in addition, of course, you completed this lengthy questionnaire last week. And I'll ask is, if you believe all the information in your questionnaire is still true and accurate, please raise your red card. Okay, and then juror 250, that was your only correction there you wanted to put on the record?
I suppose one more, I wrote that I would only have 3 weeks of PTO on my organization. This would actually be paid in full.
Okay, thank you for that further information. We'll note that as we go through our questioning. That will lead us right into that issue coming up next then. The time commitment in this case, if you're.
I approach it downstairs.
Okay. All right, the court just inquired on the accuracy of the questionnaires and information forms. There was a question for juror 328. Did you in fact raise your card, or is there something that needs to
I
be
did
changed?
not. I have an amendment to my medical condition has changed since I filled this out.
Okay, we will bring that up with you also once we get into more specific questioning. So thank you for that information. In this matter, then, the case is going to take from 8 to 10 weeks to go through trial. And given that time frame, the court recognizes that's a difficult amount of time. Therefore, we've asked you questions about whether or not that may create a serious hardship for you. So I'm going to ask you, would that length of time of service create a serious hardship upon you or your family or your business or profession or occupation to prevent you from rendering service as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If you think you would have such a hardship, please raise your red card. Okay, if you'll hold those up for a moment, we'll note each of those. Okay, thank you. All right, on the issue of hardship then, let's start on the front row with, give me just a moment to locate your questionnaire, 1747. All right, I'll note in your questionnaire, you didn't indicate there was a hardship. Can you explain what has changed that you think would be a hardship for you?
So we just discharged our last employee. And now I'm the owner operator of a single man company.
So at the time you filled out the questionnaire, you had help and now you don't?
Correct.
Okay, and is this business your sole source of income?
It is.
Explain to me what would happen if you were here doing this full time for 10 weeks, given that situation. financially?
We lose contracts, no source of income to pay rent, utilities. Those kind of things.
And again, that's a change that occurred just in the last week here.
Correct, yes.
All right, let me ask the state if the state has some follow-up order for this juror on hardship.
No, Your Honor, given that information today, the state would move to strike this juror for cause based on hardship.
And Judge, the defense would move to strike him cause for hardship as well.
All right, well, juror 1747, I agree that that would constitute a hardship preventing him from serving in this case because it is a very long trial. So thank you so much for taking your time to complete your questionnaire and to return today. The court thanks you as well as the parties. You can be excused with the thanks of the court, and please drop your questionnaire off to the bailiff on your way out. All right, the next juror we'll talk to is 1793. All right, this juror also did not indicate a hardship in the questionnaire. Can you explain what's going on that you believe would constitute a hardship?
My work will only do for 10 days of being on jury and being a single now, I don't have either covered my bills.
And you have confirmed that with your employer?
I have.
All right, and do you have any other source of income? All right, any questions from the state on board on the hardship issue?
No, Your Honor, given that additional information, the state would actually make a motion to strike this juror for cause based on hardship.
Judge, the defense would concur and also make a motion to strike for hardship.
All right, juror 1793, given that situation with your employer, that being your sole source of income, the court finds the length of this trial would constitute a financial hardship. So thank you also for filling out your questionnaire and returning. You can be excused. Let's next talk to juror number 265. You indicated three different things on the questionnaire. We wanted to follow up on some more specifics with those. So why don't you just indicate on the three items you listed in your questionnaire how you believe that would constitute a hardship if you were required to serve 265?
And mainly because of my kids and their parents. So my parents are in care, they're in memory care and have severe dementia. I do check on them every day to help with activities of daily living. I also take them to medical, dental, vision appointments, and they do have a number of things coming up.
On that point to interrupt, is there anyone else that would be able to step in for that length of time and potentially cover those responsibilities?
No.
Okay. And
So is it possible for me to reschedule that and then delay everything for several months? The answer is yes, although
some of these appointments have been scheduled or on the books for months now, but nobody's.
Okay, and well, if there's no one else to cover, there's that, but do you believe this would also, if you were worrying about that situation throughout the trial, would that potentially create a distraction for you where you'd be concerned enough about your parents that it would make it difficult for you to pay attention here during each day?
No,
All right. What was the other issue you had as well?
I think the other one that I put down was just that I have kids in elementary school and, so it would be a bit of a challenge, not insurmountable, but a bit of a challenge in terms of finding childcare and rescheduling their appointments as well, so some travel with them.
All right, I'll let the state inquire.
Your Honor, we actually had a note here to follow up with this juror based on some of her comments in the hardship section. Given her statements here today, the state would make a motion to strike this juror for cause based on hardship.
All right, from the defense.
And Judge, I would just like to inquire a few things. There's family travel plans, the 24th through the 30th, is that right?
That's May, so Memorial Day. And then there's one soccer tournament for the kids.
And obviously those probably can't be rescheduled. I know the answer.
Soccer tournament, no. Family travel, yes.
Judge, I'll concur with the state and move to strike this particular potential juror for causes.
All right, given the expressed hardship for those reasons, I think primarily for the care of the parents issue, the court will determine that juror 265 has expressed a hardship requiring excusal from the case. So thank you for coming in and completing your questionnaire last week and returning today.
Thank you.
Next year will bring up will be juror number 311. Juror 311. I'm inclined to perhaps just have a quick sidebar over in the white noise area with this juror briefly on the hardship issues. If that's okay with counsel.
Yes, Judge.
All right, juror 311, if you don't mind, if you could just step down for a moment. Author. Stand back for a minute. Thank you. We can resume the broadcast if that was halted momentarily there. We're back on the record. The court reviewed in private with juror 311, the hardship issue. Counsel agreed, and the court does that would constitute a hardship. Is the state have an objection to 311 being excused?
No, Your Honor, we would stipulate to this juror being excused for hardship.
Thank you from the defense.
Defense is also going to stipulate her.
All right, juror 311, you are excused with the thanks of the court. Thank you for returning today and for filling out your questionnaire. Please drop that copy off with the bailiff and you may be excused. We'll next talk to juror 328. All right, juror 328, you've expressed a concern about plans you have assisting with the work camp and May 26th through the 31st. I wanted to confirm, is that still plans you've got?
Yeah.
All right, can you explain what would occur if you were to miss that?
I help plan and run that camp and I have for 23 years, so I just need to be there to do that, and I have people that count on me to be there, so I wouldn't be able to do that.
All right, and I won't keep pressing, but I'll just ask, have you thought about or determined if maybe somebody else in your absence would be able to cover that this time?
There's a group of staff there, so I'm sure they would find someone to lead my team, in my place. It would become a fit, but I'm sure they'd find someone.
All right, let me inquire of the state if you've got any proposed regard for this juror.
Your Honor, we had a note on this as well, given the representation that there was this camp and the strong desire to attend it and the commitment that had been made to it. Given all of that information, the state would make a motion to remove this juror for cause based on hardship.
Defense would concur.
All right, well, sounds like a good cause you're involved in. Thank you for that. The timing is not probably going to work for that for this trial. So based on that, the court does find that will constitute hardship, and with the motion of both the defense and the state, you'll be excused for that reason. Thank you for completing your questionnaire and coming back today. I think that includes those that raised their red cards, but I knew of missed one. Is there somebody else that raised a red card in response to that question? All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'll next go into the area of previous knowledge of this case, if you do have any. This case has been publicized widely. If you do have any knowledge of the case that you've obtained through radio, television, newspapers, podcasts, etc., would you please raise your red card? Okay, if you'll hold those up again for a moment, we'll take those up one by one. All right, for those of you with those answers, we'll simply address those individually with you during the next section when we don't have the others present for those discussions. I'll next move on to the subject matter of this case, and that involves, as you've heard, charges of murder, conspiracy, and insurance fraud. Is there anything about those particular charges that you think would make it impossible or difficult for you to fairly and objectively evaluate the evidence in this case and to render a verdict? Okay, no one answered affirmatively for that. Next set of questions I'll ask might seem overly obvious to you, but certain state statutes require that I ask these questions to make sure there's no connection between you and either the parties or the defendant in the case. So are any of you related by blood or marriage to the defendant, or do you know him from any kind of business or social relationship? All right, no one answered affirmatively. Do any of you have any kind of a legal relationship with any of the attorneys, including a relationship of guardian and ward, master and servant, employer and employee, creditor and debtor, landlord and tenant, or boarder or lodger? So any of those types of relationships between you and any lawyers? All right, no one answered yes to that. Are any of you jurors a party in any kind of a civil action, lawsuit, or anything else against the defendant, Mr. Daybell? No one answered yes. Have any of you ever brought a criminal complaint against the defendant, Mr. Daybell? Or have any of you ever been accused of any crime by any of these prosecutors that are here present today? All right, no one answered to that. Do any of you have any kind of attorney-client relationship, either current or previous in the past, with Mr. Pryor or his law firm? No answer to that. Do any of you have any relationship by blood or marriage to any of the lawyers here, or do you know them from any kind of professional, business, or social relationship? All right, no one responded to that. Have any of you formed or expressed an unqualified opinion that the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the offense charged? Okay, no one responded to that. Do any of you have any kind of bias or prejudice, either for or against the defendant, Chad Guy Daybell? No one answered that question. Are any of you unwilling to follow my instructions to you as the jury to apply the law in determining this case? There's no response to that. Do any of you have any kind of religious or moral position that would make it impossible for you to sit in judgment of another or to render a fair and impartial verdict? No one answered that affirmatively. Are there any of you that if you're selected as a juror in this case would be unwilling or unable to render a fair and impartial verdict based upon the evidence presented in this courtroom and the law instructed by the court? No one answered that affirmatively. And finally, a catch-all question for you. Is there any other reason why you would not be able to give this case your undivided attention and render a fair and impartial verdict? Okay, no one answered that, so that will conclude the court's voir dire of this jury panel. At this time, I'll allow the state to proceed with its voir dire. I'll next have the defense follow up. So, Ms. Blake, you can proceed.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate you being back this afternoon and hanging in there with us. We know this has been a process. You were all here last week and now you're here again today. Just to kind of talk to you a little bit about why we do this is as we go through this selection process, we want to ensure that we get jurors that can be impartial and that can sit and hear the evidence and provide it the weight that it's due and then ultimately render a decision in this matter. Both the defendant, Mr. Chad Daybell, and the state of Idaho both deserve a fair trial. And so that's why we go through this process. As we go through it, I may ask some questions. I may ask people to give me some answers, and I may call on a few people as we go through this process. I don't want anyone to think I'm picking on you. That's just what we're trying to do is select a jury. And for that reason, to ensure a fair trial to both, to everyone here today. So with that being said, I'm going to ask you to think about the term brutal honesty. And juror 1761, if I use the term brutal honesty, what comes to mind for you?
Being totally honest, whether it's good or not.
Thank you. And juror 1758, how about you?
I thought about it, well,
And if you hear the term honesty, what do you think?
Fair.
Fair? Okay. And I don't know about all of you, but do you all have someone in your life that maybe doesn't hold back? They're gonna tell you the truth no matter what, even if it hurts your feelings. They're just gonna give it to you straight. Do we all have someone like that? So for me, I had my first niece when she was younger. I learned pretty quickly she could be that person for me. She was young, didn't have the filter, and did not hold back. So if I truly wanted to know how an outfit looked or anything, she was gonna give it to me straight. So to me, she was my brutally honest person. In this case, the judge has already talked to you about the charges. So we have multiple counts of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and we have multiple counts of first-degree murder. With these type of cases, oftentimes the evidence that may be presented can contain graphic images. And in this case, we have 2 children that were murdered, a mother of 5. So you may see photos, autopsy photos or otherwise, that may be graphic. Is there anyone here that would have concerns about looking at those type of photos? And Juror 1758, you indicated you may have some concerns. Can you talk to me a little bit about what those would be?
Rather not say.
Rather not say? And I should have started out this way, and I know the judge said, if there's ever anything that you'd be more comfortable talking about outside of the group setting, we can absolutely do that. Is this maybe a situation like that where you'd like to talk outside of the group, or would you rather just not say in general? Okay. Can I ask you, if you were to be instructed by the court that you have to review all evidence, hear all testimony, and then ultimately it would be up to you to give it the weight it's due, do you feel that whatever concerns you have in seeing those type of images would be so great that you couldn't just give that type of evidence the weight that you felt it was due?
Maybe.
You do have concerns about that? Do you feel that your concerns are such that you don't believe that you could sit and be fair and impartial in the case if you were to see images that you found disturbing? Your Honor, I think with those answers, the state would make a motion to remove Juror 1758 for cause.
And Judge, I would stipulate to that.
All right. I've considered those responses as well as responses in the juror's questionnaire. I do find there are grounds to support the challenge. So Juror 1623, we appreciate your honesty and candor.
And Your Honor, I believe that was Juror 1758.
Thank you for that important correction. We'll go ahead and sustain the strike for that juror. Thank you for returning today and for filling out your questionnaire last week, and that will conclude your service. All right, you can continue with Fort Dyer.
Thank you, Your Honor. And when I talk to you about brutal honesty, that's exactly what we're talking about, is we want to ensure that people can be honest and completely honest as we're going through this jury selection process. And then later on, when you're given instructions from the judge and you're allowed to go and talk about the evidence and deliberate if you're chosen to be on the jury, then you get that opportunity. But we need to make sure that anyone that's doing that can be brutally honest. So I appreciate Juror 1758's very candid responses as we go through this. Juror 1640, would you have concerns about seeing those type of images?
I think seeing those images just on humanity side of things would be difficult. I don't believe it would impact a decision.
You feel that you could just weigh them in and give them the weight you feel they're due in relation to all the evidence presented? Would that be fair? Thank you. Have all of you been on a plane before? I see nods from everyone. So when you get on the plane, at some point, the pilot or the stewardess comes on and announces, you know, sit back, enjoy the flight. We're going to arrive at our destination at such and such time. If instead of that, the pilot came over the intercom or the PA system and said, hey, I'm going to try to land the plane and I think we'll get there at this time. How many of you would feel comfortable staying on that plane? I see some people shaking their heads. No, I don't see any shaking their heads yes. So juror 438, would you feel comfortable staying on that plane? And why wouldn't you feel comfortable?
Just, it's unsure.
The uncertainty of it. And juror 250, how about you?
I wouldn't feel comfortable,
And why wouldn't you feel comfortable?
because I don't think that they'd be qualified for what they're doing.
I appreciate that. And I want to let you know where I'm going with that. And the reason that we give that analogy is as I've already talked about, we're trying to select jurors that can be fair and impartial, because both the defendant, Chad Daybell, and the state are both entitled to a fair trial. So similar to the pilot, we want to make sure that we get jurors that can land the plane. So jurors that can be fair and impartial, weigh all the evidence, give it the weight that they feel it's due, and then ultimately meet together to deliberate and reach a conclusion. And so, again, when we talk about the brutal honesty, if at any point someone has concerns about that, please just let me know. I have a little one, and in the mornings when we get up, one of his favorite things to do is he wants to make me a cup of coffee. But when he makes that cup of coffee, we have a coffee machine, and there's certain directions that you have to follow to use that coffee machine. So you've got to open the top, put the pot in, close it, and hit the button to brew the coffee. So he's learned how to do that. I don't know, do any of you have experience with that? Electronics or coffee machines? Everyone used them before? And they all come with a set of instructions or directions that we have to follow. And in everyone's experience, if you follow those directions, barring there being something wrong with the appliance, does it generally work? So in this case, as we go through things, at some point, the court has given you one instruction or a couple instructions, but one was given today. As we go through this process, the judge will give you even more instructions. And some of those instructions are going to deal with the crimes charged, and they're going to lay out what the elements are that the state has to prove. And the state has the burden of proof in this case, no question about that. And the court will instruct on what elements the state has to prove with each charge. So as you go through those, similar to the instructions to use an appliance, you'll follow those. Now, some people might say, well, maybe I could modify the appliance and make it work. Maybe if I add this to it, it makes the appliance work better. But here in the courtroom, we don't get to do that. So you may look at those jury instructions and you may think, man, I don't think they should have to use this element, or man, they should really have to prove this element. Can everyone commit that you would set any of those thoughts aside and only follow the instructions as given by this court? And could everyone commit that regardless of if someone tried to instruct you differently, or if someone tried to convince you that you didn't have to follow that instruction, that you would stick with whatever instructions given by the court and only follow that one? Thank you for that. With some of these charges, they involve the crime of homicide. And in those, and again, the court will be the one to give you the instructions, but you'll be told that the state has the burden to prove that a homicide happened, but one of the elements is not going to be that the state has to prove the cause of death. Would that cause anyone concerns in being able to follow the instruction as given by the court? Would anyone be concerned and say, well, I think the state should have to prove this, and so we're going to hold them to an additional element? No one would do that. Thank you. Does anyone here watch football? I see some people kind of. Okay. Juror 1624. Or no, sorry, 1623. I think you're the one that was said kind of. So this year in the Super Bowl, Kansas City Chiefs won. And some people may be happy about that, some may not. But regardless of your feelings of who won, would you agree that everyone on the team should get a ring? A Super Bowl ring. So even if you look at it and you say, man, the quarterback did a lot more, would you agree the punter should also get a ring, and the coach, and even the second string that may not have even played on the field? Because they're all part of it. And I'll ask, I think Juror 240, you said you kind of watch football?
Yeah.
Do you feel the same way? Should everyone on the team get a ring? And why do you think they should all get a ring?
A lot of times it's not a player's choice if they're on the second string. I'm sure they would love to be on the field too. But I figure if they're part of the team, they deserve a ring.
Thank you. The judge has given you one instruction regarding conspiracy, and he's talked about two co-conspirators in this case, or two named co-conspirators, Lori Vallow, Daybell, and Alex Cox. And you've been told and instructed by the court that you shouldn't concern yourselves with anything that may or may not have gone on with regard to those two co-conspirators. And everyone has committed, you can follow the court's instruction, right? What you will hear about in this trial is some evidence and testimony regarding those co-conspirators. You may hear evidence and testimony regarding actions that they're alleged to have done. You'll also be given instructions regarding a conspiracy. And you'll be, and we'll talk about the fact that it involves an agreement between two or more persons to commit a crime. And then in addition to that, that one of those individuals, just one, has to do some kind of act in furtherance. So one person has to do something to try to further that conspiracy or that agreement to carry out a crime. Does anyone have concerns if you were to hear that person A, person A, B, and maybe C agree to something, and only person A does another act? Could everyone here commit to follow the court's instruction regarding what's required for a conspiracy? And that would include the only one of them had to do an act in furtherance. Does that cause anyone concern? If today you had gotten out of bed and come to court, and as you left home, the sky was turning a little bit gray, and you came in the courtroom and we shut all the windows and you couldn't see outside. And when you get outside, you notice there's rain all over your car, the grass is wet, the pavement's wet, you start to drive home and you see everything's wet. Would you be able to determine what happened? I see people nodding their heads yes. And juror 1624, now I'll come to you. What would you determine had happened?
Obviously, rain.
Thank you. And juror 438, how about you?
Same thing. If it rained and hailed and something, you got one.
And juror 512?
If it rains.
And would you be able to make that determination without actually seeing the rain? So in this case, you may hear different types of evidence, and you may hear the term circumstantial evidence. Do any of you have a problem with weighing all the evidence presented and giving it the weight it's due and reaching your conclusion? Would anyone here say, if I don't see this particular type of evidence, I'm not going to be able to consider everything in this case? Does anyone coming here today with a preconceived notion that if someone's charged with homicide, we have to see this specific piece of evidence? Nobody? And Judge, I don't have any additional questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Mr. Pryor, you can commence with the defense for Dyer this time.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're here today because obviously we have a disagreement between the state of Idaho, the prosecutors, and the defense. Part of the process that you're involved in is for us to be able to ask you some questions, to talk to you about your feelings about a lot of subjects. And I understand it can be uncomfortable and can be difficult, but really this is our opportunity. The prosecutors, they want to get to know you a little bit better. And I'd like to get to know you a little bit better. And all of your opinions are important. Every single one of your opinions are very important to us, because that's the only way we can determine if it's going to be a fair partial trial. All of you folks kind of understand that? And one of the important things, and Ms. Blake was kind enough to point that out, but we need to talk to you about trying to be as honest. Because there is no wrong answer. All of us come from many, many diverse backgrounds. All of us have many, many experiences. Most of you are a lot younger than me. And I have a much different experience than many of you who are still very young. Okay, so we all come from different backgrounds. We all have different ideas. And as you walk through this and see this process, you'll realize, oh, there's a lot of us that don't really agree on everything and we just have different views, but that doesn't make anybody's view less important. So if I could just ask you, please don't be afraid to express your view. And again, if you're uncomfortable expressing something to me, just say it and we can arrange for the judge to sit with us and we could talk about it privately, because this isn't supposed to embarrass you. This isn't supposed to make you uncomfortable. It's just a chance for me to spend some time with you, a little bit of time to get to know and see where you fit in terms of whether or not you might be a good juror for just this case. All of you, in going over this thing, I've realized that all of you would be great jurors in a lot of cases. But every case, like anything else, is always different. And that's kind of what we're going through, and that's what we're trying to accomplish here today, okay? So I'm going to start out with a couple of easy questions, and I'm not going to, and if you don't know the answer to anything, just don't answer. You say, you know, I don't know. I'm fine with that, okay? So all of you heard the charges. Judge Boyce was kind enough to read the charges and let us know what we're here for. And obviously, these folks know what we're here for, and I know what you're here for, what Chad's here for. But when you heard the charges read, did anybody assume right off the bat that Chad was guilty of the charges? Can I see your, just raise your hand if you think he was? No. Now, a good number of you have had some exposure to media. And could I see a raise of hands on the red cards of those of you who have watched any kind of media as it relates to this case? So 112, 24, and 438. So 112, tell me a little bit about the media you watched.
This prior, I'm sorry, I want to do this in individual voir dire, just in case it doesn't elicit any specific facts.
And I was going to go with a very general, but I think I'll defer to the court and do it on private.
All right, thank you, Mr. Prior.
So let's move on from the media exposure, because I think I can handle that differently. Does anybody believe that Chad should have to testify to prove his innocence? The judge is going to give you an instruction that's going to say, Chad is not required to testify. It's not his job to prove that he's innocent of these charges. Does everybody understand that? Okay. Does everybody understand that the prosecuting attorney is required to prove that Chad is guilty of these charges? Would anybody require Chad to prove that he's guilty of any charges? Raise your hands if you think Chad should prove that that he's innocent of all of these charges. Anybody require Chad to prove that he's innocent? Juror 1112, you just hesitated.
Well, I was trying to, in my mind, understand what exactly you were asking, because it was like, I mean, he's here in court, so he has to somewhat say he's not guilty. So I was trying to decide how you were wording it. If I think he needs to be part of the versus.
And that's what's really great part of this discussion we're going to have tonight. It's because I kind of want to delve into that and see what you think he should have to do to be part of this process. What do you think he needs to do?
I don't know. I feel like we will see all of the evidence, and I feel like he's already claimed he's not guilty. That's what he's saying.
Right.
So I feel like we just need to look at the evidence and make a decision for ourselves.
Okay.
I don't think he needs to do anything extra than the evidence that was given, because I feel like that's what the court's give us, that we're supposed to use.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And do you think it's necessary in order to come to a conclusion that he should have to present evidence? Okay, and does everybody understand that if Chad and I decided to, The state could put on their case and I could say, I don't need to show anything. And if the state hasn't done what they're trying to do in this case, all of you, the verdict would be not guilty. You folks understand that? Everyone raise your hands if you understand. We just want to. Now, do any of you jurors know each other? Anybody know each other personally, friendships, otherwise? No? We're going to be sitting for long periods of time. And I happen to mention one of the older people here. I am. And sitting for these young folks here, sitting for a long period of time, sometimes it's uncomfortable. Is there anybody here who has difficulty sitting for long periods? Okay, thank you. And even though both of you are much younger than I am, tell me, is there a limit, or is it going to be a problem for you to have to sit for a long period of time? It is?
Basically, yes.
Okay, can you make it an hour or hour and a half, or is this going to push it a little bit? And if this is too private, we can go and talk to the judge privately if you'd like to do that.
No, it's, a couple hours.
Okay.
Need to stand up after that.
And, and we're going to be doing this for like 8 to 10 weeks, every day, 5 days a week. Is that going to be tough for you?
Hopefully.
Do you think it was going to be tough enough that you're going to have trouble concentrating and focusing on the case?
No, I've got it. Got a mind.
Well, I don't want to question your mind, because I have oh my gosh, I don't want to say how old she is, because she really good at it. My mother is sharper than I am, and a lot smarter than I am. So I'm not questioning that, but I know I get uncomfortable after sitting for 2 hours. I just want to make sure you're going to be okay. Will you let us know if you change your mind on that? Will you bring it back? Promise me. Okay. And then we had juror number 512. Did I get your number right?
Yes.
Let's talk about the same thing. And like I said, because you're so much younger than I am, it's hard for me to believe that.
I get really restless, tingling to my body, restless syndrome, but I have medication that doctor gave me for long overseas flights that I can take. It doesn't affect my ability to think, just makes things not so jumpy.
Okay.
Are you okay with that?
And are you going to be able to do this for like 8 or 10 weeks?
Yeah.
You sure? And if there's a problem, and again, the judge isn't going to let me get out with that. If I tell him that my legs hurt and I need to stand up, he's probably not going to let me do that. But for you, I'm pretty sure he's going to do that.
Don't hurt, it just jump.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I want to kind of get into this discussion about graphic pictures. And some of you have talked about some of the media exposure and other things. When you watch TV and you see startling pictures, would most of you agree with me that the reason they show those startling pictures is to get a reaction? Raise your hand if you agree with that. One person agrees with that. Okay. Is there anybody who would give me some other reason why media outlets, podcasts, or any of these personalities display, tantalizing facts or pictures? Go ahead, juror. That would be juror number 250, correct?
To get more viewers.
Okay. So it's kind of a self-serving. They sensationalize things, they inflate things, and they do it to try to get people to watch their show.
At the root, I would just.
Okay. Now, if you're shown very graphic pictures, okay, it's going to be difficult not to have a reaction. Go ahead.
I don't know.
You don't think so?
Well, when I was growing up, I've seen I've seen a lot of gory videos. It doesn't make face.
Do you think that applies to the rest of these folks?
No, not at all. I think I'm unique.
And juror number 1620, oh my goodness, 1620.
My profession is safety, so I've seen a lot of really, reaction would be just like, oh, but not a reaction to make a decision factor on it.
Okay, that's really where I'm kind of going. Because quite frankly, we're going to be looking at some very, very graphic pictures. Look at some tough pictures. These pictures are going to hurt your heart. They're going to hurt your heart a lot. These pictures hurt my heart. But as juror number 1623 said, you may have a reaction, but you don't make a decision based on that reaction. Would you agree with that? Okay, does everybody understand that? So when you look at these graphic pictures, you can look at them, observe them, but does anybody think it's fair that when you look at these graphic pictures, you assign your reaction and immediately make Chad responsible for those? Is that fair? Would anybody raise their hand if they think that's fair by looking at graphic pictures and immediately say, well, it's all his fault? Does anybody believe that's fair? Please raise your hand. Thank you. Okay. Now, Ms. Blake was talking about the plane and getting on the plane. And if the pilot makes the comment that he does, you don't know what's going to happen to the plane. If you're trying to determine what's going to happen to the plane, would you call that trying to determine what's going to happen to the plane a guess? Because we don't know. Would everybody agree that that's a guess, or you're speculating what's going to happen to the plane? Would that be fair? Anybody disagree with that? No. Okay. So when you speculate or you guess about things, does everybody agree that could be problematic in a number of ways by speculating and guessing? And I see some heads shaking, and I see some people acknowledging that, and I'm going to pick on 1640 a little bit. I don't want to use pick on. I think what I'm going to say is I want to hear your opinion because it's important. And all of your opinions are important to me, all of them. And please, if I don't call you, it's not that I don't value your opinion. If anybody wants to say anything, please speak up. I want to hear it. But when you're making major decisions in your life, do you ever think that it's a good idea to guess or speculate about what you should do?
Try not to.
Right. And why do you try not to?
I need the numbers, Judge.
1640. Why do you try not to?
If it's a major decision in my life, I like to go with as much concrete facts as I can.
And you could understand how important that is, because if you're making a major decision, whether about yourself or about anybody else, it's extremely important that you make that major decision on the concrete facts that you have. Would anybody disagree with that? Okay. 1761, you shook your head and you said, no, I wouldn't disagree with that. Do you think it's important that when you make a major decision, regardless of what it is, that you base it on concrete facts that you have at hand?
Yeah.
Should you guess about other things and speculate and say, well, maybe that kind of thing, or should you really be making it on the concrete facts? Okay, all right. Juror number 657, you've sat there very quietly, and I also want to hear from you because I want to value your opinion. Tell me a little bit about speculation and guessing. Is that important when you're trying to make a decision on important things?
I think you shouldn't just like guess on a whim on something or just think, oh, okay, yeah, I'll choose this or this. You really do need to weigh everything that you have in mind, whether it's been presented to you or you already acknowledge it. Well, I guess that's kind of a poor way of wording it. But basically everything that you know of properly, that's been presented to you properly, you should weigh that.
Okay. Okay. And juror number 537, can I hear your thoughts on that a little bit?
Yes, it's really important
especially if it's gonna be something that's gonna affect you or affect those around you, that you make the best possible decision based on the information you have. You try to guess or anything like that, you're not taking the facts and you're not taking and making that decision. You're maybe letting your heart or somebody else's influence cause you to make a decision.
All right. And go ahead, I'm sorry, juror number 657, please.
Sorry, I just kind of wanted to reword what I said, just to make sure I kind of get it across clearly.
Okay.
Basically, when it comes to making any sort of major decision, it's never, almost never a good idea just to guess, on a whim or, just assume, I guess you could say.
Right.
It's always very important to weigh information, weigh facts, before you make, especially a big decision.
And would you all agree with me that it's never a good idea to speculate about facts? That what we should really do is look at what we have at hand and make a determination based on what we have at hand and not guess about other things, other possibilities. All of you agree with me on that? Go ahead. I saw you.
We're talking about two different things here, because that's saying about this case, which I agree with, right?
I'm talking about.
But there was also
Hold on.
a personal side.
Hey,
here.
wait. We cannot talk at the same time as each other, so we need to have question
Go ahead,
and
I'm
answer
sorry.
for the court reporter. Apologies.
He's 438.
Mr. Pryor, if you just pose a new question and then let's make sure to not have that.
And I apologize, Juror. I wasn't talking specifically about the case about speculation. I was talking about major decisions in your life, how you go about making decisions about those. So go ahead.
Well, sometimes I don't have all the facts, like major decisions. It might be a financial decision, buying stocks. I collect all the facts that I had at the time, but there is an element of speculation when it becomes personal. And I have to make a decision.
Okay.
So that, I'm just saying there was some questions about personal, and then it went down this case, and I kind of like separating the two just based on questions.
Okay. And lastly, and then maybe lastly. I don't judge. I listen to country music. And I enjoy it. Some of you look horrified. And there's a song that I like occasionally play. It's a song that says, everything that glitters is not gold. And it talks about relationships. And I see some heads shaking, 1, 12, 11, 1, 1, 1, 2 shaking. Tell me what came to your mind when you heard me say that? You know the song?
I think so, and I mean, I agree. I think there's a lot of things that are distracting or that might look really nice or things that you think are good things and then you realize they're not. And the things that probably are worth more gold are things that aren't tangible. So, so yeah, I agree with that, there's not always a base value of everything.
And would you agree with me, and all of you agree with me, that sometimes you look at something and it's shiny and it looks great. It looks like a wonderful opportunity. And then when you delve in deeper, you realize maybe this glittering gold isn't what it's been represented to me. And that's juror number 537. Talk to me a little bit. I see you nodding.
Yeah. For instance, if a job opportunity is presented to you and they really hype it up and say, this is going to be so much better than what the place that you're at already. It's gonna be the same thing that you're doing, but we're gonna give you more money, the culture is gonna be better, it's gonna be better emotionally and physically for you. And you go, oh yeah, because you're maybe not super content where you're at, but you like what you're doing. And then you go to this other place and you're doing the same thing and you still love what you're doing, but it's not what they said it was gonna be.
And the problem is that if we're talking about a job, you quit your other job. You move on with your life and you put some investment into something. and you believe all of these things, whoever it is telling you that this is gold and you're gonna love this. And then when it's too late, you find out it's not gold, it's focus basin and it's fool's gold. You all know what I'm talking about. That's a real situation. Would you agree? Would everybody agree with that? People fall into that trap very easily. And it's very easy to get people to fall into that and dangle them the gold in front of them. And all of us are susceptible to that. And when you fall into that trap, it's painstaking, isn't it? Do you agree with that? Especially if it's a job. Folks, I want to thank you. You made this very easy. I hope I haven't inconvenienced you or embarrassed any of you. And please, I want to thank you for your time. It's important that we had a chance to meet each other and talk about these things. And I appreciate the time that you've given me today. Thank you, folks.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor. What I intend to do next, let's have the jurors excused. We'll take a mid-afternoon brief recess and start with our individual board Dyer. However, just before we have the jurors excused, there's two I'll just have stay together with some questions on the juror affirmation. So we've got juror 240 and 265. And if we could have the rest of the juries retire for a minute, and I'll pass to counsel these for their review, and then we'll have a few questions on that, and we'll continue with individual.
Your Honor, I think you can signify with already excused.
Oh, apologies, I should have been tracking them. So we'll only need to talk to 240 then.
All right, please. Yes.
All right, juror 240, excuse the other jurors. I just had a question and wanted some clarification in your juror affirmation form.
Yes.
And you made a notation and said, quote, have watched the jury deliberations. So,
I think it meant selection, but yes.
okay, so let me just clarify that issue. You filled out your questionnaire, and then after that is when you did watch some of these proceedings that were being live streamed or something?
Yes, I was curious about what questions would be asked of the jurors. And I knew that the jury selection was being live streamed, so I pulled it up and watched maybe half an hour of it.
All right. And I appreciate your honesty on that. Did you understand that you were advised not to do that?
I guess I didn't think about it at the time, but I also didn't think that official court business would be an issue. Yeah, I guess I didn't think about it at the time.
Okay. I guess the concern I would raise is if this is a continuing instruction and if we make it more clear, is this something you think you'd be able to refrain from doing and follow the instructions, including not watching any further proceedings either now or when trials taking place?
Yes, that would not happen.
Okay. I want to have a little additional board dire from the state and the defense just on that issue, and then we'll determine where we are. And in fact, just in the interest of efficiency here, if we want to just do the individual board dire first with this juror, let's just go ahead and do that. The first, I do want to bring up the subject of that with the affirmation. And again, I very much appreciate your honesty in advising the court of that. And I think that does say a lot that you did advise us. And I can understand that may not have been entirely clear and may not have been clear to you that we were actually going to be broadcasting these proceedings. So if the parties are ready to do that, do you have any questions regarding that comment in the affirmation?
Not with regard to that comment, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Pryor.
Judge, I do have a comment in regards to that, but it touches on what he said in his questionnaire. One of the comments he made in his questionnaire, if the court would give me some latitude. If you don't, and you would rather wait, I can wait, Judge.
Yeah, I will. There's some potential bias in here from pretrial knowledge also. So if you want, we could just start with looking at that issue as well.
Your Honor, if we may have just a moment to confer with counsel.
Why don't you do that, and then we'll just take up sort of the full individual questioning of this juror on the individual board art.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we have.
Yeah. Okay, we're back on the record now. We had a sidebar discussing briefly with counsel the issue as well as topics raised in the questionnaire for juror 240. The court understands that the parties would essentially stipulate and agree that 240 may be dismissed based on responses for bias at this stage. Does the state move to strike this juror based on that?
We do, Your Honor.
All right, any
That's
objection?
as well, Judge.
All right, well, juror 240 again, thank you so much for your honesty in filling that out. For reasons also stated within the questionnaire about some knowledge of the case as well. We've determined that it would be inappropriate for you to serve in this case, just mainly based on that prior knowledge of the case. And so for that reason, you will be excused. And we appreciate you coming in, filling out your questionnaire and returning today. You may submit your questionnaire to the bailiff there, and you are excused from service.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, let's take a recess here, and then we'll come back on the record for further individual voir dire of this remaining jury panel.
All right, please.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, at this time, we're going to take up additional individual board dire with jurors. We are back on the record on KCR 22-21-1623. My intention in order will be the front row farthest away to my left and then the back row in that same order. So the first juror we'll have brought back will be juror number 1112. Is the state ready to proceed with board dire?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thanks everyone, and we'll instruct the bailiffs to please bring that jury. Hi, welcome back. We're going to do some individual board questioning with you at this time, juror number 1112. As we get started, the first issue I just wanted to raise was the timing of your appearance, I guess I'll say, and non-appearance. I think it was yesterday. And I did want to know if there was an explanation about how you missed the timing for the first time you were supposed to be here.
Just an embarrassing one. I just completely misunderstood the directions and I knew I had to check in and I had my phone and I was like, oh, I'll just call in and didn't recognize that it was just different instructions. And so once I found out that I had missed the correct way to log in and then I missed my number, I called and I apologized and just said, if there's still an opportunity, because I filled out the questionnaire, I kind of did all that prep. Is there still an opportunity I could show up for this? Since I already did that prep work. So just me not looking at the instructions fully. So.
Okay, well, and I appreciate the explanation.
Yeah.
And not trying to just put you on the spot on the issue, but we obviously will need to have a lot of instructions followed, timing to be here. And you think generally you're a dependable enough person that we could count on if in fact you were here determining this trial?
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you so much for the responses and the explanation on that. Moving on then, for the remaining issues here, the courts looked at the questionnaire in this case and did see that you've somewhat followed this case in terms of knowing about it, or maybe watched some media about it, you know, some details of it. And I would like to start there with questions of possible bias. On your questionnaire, you said you did have some kind of personal opinion or belief. And one of the ways you stated it was, well, a couple different ways. Circumstances seemed too obvious that he was involved, and it is obvious he was involved in some way. So, and again, your feelings on this, we want to know really accurately where you stand on that to see if you are or could be impartial in the case based on what you already know. So when you answer that way, do you have some presumption already in your mind potentially about him being guilty?
No.
Okay, and to explain, when you say involved in some way, what, first of all, what do you believe he is involved with?
Just because of seeing what's on either the news or in any of the coverage. Obviously he was there on the video and he was with Lord Vallow. So just seeing that on the media, so I knew that they knew each other. I knew that they, I think, were married. I can't remember if they were officially married, but anyway, so I knew that they knew each other. So from all of the things that were shown on the media, just by knowing that they have a relationship, there's that circumstance that there may be some involvement with each other for sure. I don't know about the involvement in all of the different pieces of the case. If that makes sense.
Okay. All right, at this point, I want to have counsel inquire further on the issue of potential bias here. So we'll begin with the state and any questioning and then move on to the defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Juror 1112, and just again, there's no right or wrong answers. Just feel free to tell us the way you see things. Looking at your questionnaire, it looks like you've followed East Idaho News, the actual court summaries of Lori Vallow. Does that mean, did you look at some of her trial or listen to some of her trial?
The East Idaho News, my husband's from that area. And so that's probably what piqued our interest. And then somebody told us they're doing summaries of what's happening in the case. And so, yeah, we would occasionally look in that and just see what was going on because of the different ties to the area and things like that. We wanted to see what was going on. It was very covered.
Yeah, there was a lot of media.
Yes.
And so you've also seen the Dateline and the Netflix. So you understand that this defendant has an absolute right to a presumption of innocence.
Yes.
On the bottom of page 15 of your questionnaire, you say, and I think the judge might have already pointed this out, but circumstances and evidence the news showed seem to point a guilty picture, but I will look at the actual evidence. Is it possible that if you were to sit in judgment on this case as a juror, that you would have some of those things you've heard in the back of your mind?
I really don't think so. I'm not one that watches a whole bunch of news stories and things like that, but the one thing I have realized is the media says what they want to say. And by being part of this trial or any sort of a trial, there's so much more evidence I know than what they are going to say on the media. So to me, that's the way the media is across all things, politics, trials, whatever it may be that we're covering. They're going to show what they want to show, and you're only seeing this small viewpoint. So to me, it's easy because I already feel that way about what you see on either social media or even just in the news. So it's easy for me to really just look at, I know I'm going to see evidence in this trial that probably did not even make it into anything else. And so you have to take what's in front of you to really decide, because there should be a lot more than what I even think I've seen. So yeah, I think it's easy.
Should the state or the defendant be concerned at all that because of how much media you have seen, that maybe you're waiting for something to be shown that doesn't get shown, that maybe there's something in those media reports that you think is important and that doesn't end up in court?
No, because I would not say I followed it enough to know what even would be left out or what would be included. It was just definitely a high level, hey, what's happening with this, not knowing or remembering necessarily what all was shown in the media or in all of the different outlets. It was just definitely on a high level, hey, this is going on in our culture right now. So, so no, I wouldn't be looking for anything because I don't think I would have, nothing would have stuck in my mind.
Okay. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for your answers. Your Honor, given just the nature of what was put in this questionnaire, and with all respect to Juror 1112, the state does have some concerns that just so much has been seen. And so we would move to have Juror 1112 excused for cause.
All right, response from the defense on the motion.
Well, Judge, I really appreciate Judge 112's sincerity. I really do. But my concern, Judge, is unfortunately you watch the Netflix thing. Then you watch the Dateline thing. Then East Idaho News. You watch the summaries. And I understand your explanation about that, but those questions kind of said, did you form an opinion? And you kind of said, well, it kind of points towards guilt. I'm a little concerned, Judge, that, you know, she's gonna be able to look at this stuff, but in the back of her mind, she's gonna say, well, you know, I saw that on Netflix and all of that, so I'm deeply concerned about that, but it's not to imply anything about you. I think, I really appreciate your honesty, I really do. But thank you, and Judge, I'm just gonna also move to this.
All right, I've considered the responses here too as it relates to bias and equally share the concerns raised by the defense and the state that there just might be too much already known information about this case, including facts, which could lead to some improper speculation. So again, this is nothing personal at all. We appreciate your candid responses in the questionnaire as well as before the court today. And with the sincere thanks to the court, I will grant a strike on juror 1112 for perceived bias or actual bias, and we will allow you to be excused. So thank you for returning for further questioning. If you please drop off your questionnaire with the bailiff, then you may be excused for the day. We'll next speak to jurors 1623. Welcome back, juror 1623. We've got some further individual questioning for you at this time outside the presence of the other jurors. Beginning with questions about your knowledge of the case. You do indicate in your questionnaire you followed some of the case, you do know some of the details, so this would be the time for us to be able to fully discuss that, where other jurors wouldn't be hearing what you know. But we would like to delve into that. So I don't see anything in particular that I feel I need to voir dire on, but I will allow the state and the defense to ask some questions. One issue I just wanted to ask you about, I guess, in the questionnaire where you talked about what you've seen, you did say state versus Lori Vallow, news reports, and final verdict.
I did, yes, I did watch the final verdict when it was televised.
Okay, so that was televised and you observed that as it occurred?
Yes, I did.
Okay. All right. Did you watch any other parts of that?
No, I did
case?
not. No,
A sentencing hearing?
just the one that was televised at the very end. When the full verdicts came down, that's the only time I didn't watch it any other time.
All right, thank you for the response there. If the state has any full dire on this issue, you proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, I do have a couple of questions. On your questionnaire on page 18, you were asked, what have you heard or what do you know about Tamara Daybell, Tylee Ryan, or JJ Bello? And you had responded, among other things, that what you hadn't understood was that the children's bodies were found on Mr. Daybell's property, and that Tamara Daybell's body had been exhumed. I just wanted to ask, those are substantial allegations the state is making in the case. Have you inferred anything from that information, anything at all about Mr. Daybell?
No, I have not.
So even though you've heard about those allegations, you think you can set aside,
Absolutely.
additional funds?
Facts are facts. That we presented.
She just doesn't want us to talk over each other, so go ahead with your answer.
No, there's no decision of anything else. Facts are facts for me, and that's what I have to see in order to make a decision.
Okay. Just 1 second, ma'am. And then just on that, in that same vein, on page 22, you noted that you believe that Mr. Daybell had claimed innocence in knowing where the children's bodies were, but then they were found on his property. So you made a point of noting that.
Right.
Is that
It was, I'm talking about when they were there in Hawaii, and he said he didn't know where they were at, but then the news, everybody's saying that it was found on his property, and that I didn't learn anything else past that.
Does that information cause you to infer anything about Mr. Daybell? Would you be more or less likely to believe him if he chose to testify?
No, I would not.
No, I don't have any more questions on this point.
All right, Mr. Pryor.
And ma'am, again, there's no wrong answer. And when you heard all of that about what happened in Hawaii, did you have an opinion that Mr. Daybell may be guilty?
I couldn't make an opinion. Unfortunately, the news doesn't always share everything that they want you to, that you should know. So I can't make an opinion if I don't have all the information in front of me.
And then you watched Lori Vallow's being convicted.
Yes, I did.
Did you, at that point, you obviously had an opinion of Lori Vallow, right?
Opinion is not the right word. It's what came down to what the jury found for her statement or for her closing case. My opinions, everybody has an opinion, but I have to have a fact in front of me in order to make the decision, or to the best of the ability to make my decision.
Okay. So even if you had an opinion about Mr. Daybell, what it sounds like to me is that you're going to be able to push that aside and still just evaluate the facts. Would that be fair?
Yes, can I add to that? My profession is human resources and safety. So I have to have the facts to make a decision. So I'm always investigating situations down to the final decision. So that's how I make my decisions.
So there was obviously some interest you piqued some interest in this matter. Now, would that be fair?
Yes.
And if I understand, you looked at the announcement of the plea on Lori Vallow. And again, what else did you look at? Remind me again.
It was when they were in Hawaii and they stated they didn't know where the children were.
And you saw that where?
It was on the news.
You don't know which news?
It was Channel 7 or Channel 2.
And you didn't read any newspaper articles?
No.
You didn't look anything on the internet?
No, I tried to be separated from it, just so that if there ever is a decision, I don't want to be tainted to make the right decision. Where I'm at right now in jury, you never know what's going to happen.
And this is what I'm struggling with, and I'm not questioning you or anything like that, but as someone who, has a thirst for wanting to know what the facts are and wanting to make the right decision. And then I hear, well, as the human resources, I'm trying to discover what's really going on here. So in my mind, that would sort of prompt me to look into this a little bit, because if you were so interested in Lori Vallow and interested in Hawaii, I would think you would have pushed that a little further. And then on the other hand, you're saying, well, I'm not going to make a decision because it sounds like you kind of predicted that you thought you were going to be here today.
No, the media can never, unless you're here, the media is not going to give you all the information ever. So unless I watch the hearings to see all the information that's provided, I can see the news and it's still not the deciding factor.
And I appreciate your explanation. Nothing else, Judge.
All right, thank you. Juror 1623, let me just follow up a little bit on your knowledge of a conviction in Lori Ballow's case, which was previously tried. Where you have that information, do you believe that's going to cause you to draw some sort of inference of guilt to the defendant here in this case?
I do not.
All right, and you believe you can set that aside and deliberate only on evidence that is provided in this case?
Yes, I can.
All right, and where the jurors are instructed not to communicate with each other about anything they know about the case or until deliberations or even going there, are you committed that you wouldn't be discussing that fact or information with any other jurors if you are on this case?
I am.
Okay. Then on that point, I think that will conclude questioning. There's been no motion for cause, and so court also feels there's no reason for cause at this point. I don't think we had any indication of concerns as it relates to potential hardship. So I'm going to go on to another topic at this point, unless either side thinks they have any final board dire on the issue.
May I, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Thank you. And frankly, Your Honor, I don't know that I have more questions, but I think the state would take the position that I would appreciate the candor and honesty. That it would appear that there was some significant information that was obtained by this prospective juror on just tracking the case. And that coupled with what she does know about Ms. Bell's conviction, that the state would just find it appropriate to strike her for cause at this point based upon that information.
All right, what's the response on the motion for the defense?
Judge, I think she's being really sincere, and I really believe that. But my concern is that, again, just having the knowledge of the Lori Bello case, I think that's what cuts it off for me, and I'm sorry about that. But I think the knowledge of the Lori Bello verdict, that causes me just to hesitate a little bit. So I guess I would just move for cause, okay?
All right, and I'll indicate I am really wavering on this too. I do believe you as well, that you would be able to set that aside. It is, however, a pretty significant fact that if it were to come out, we don't know if that's going to come out during trial. It shouldn't, but it could. And then in the course of deliberations, there's a real concern that could persuade people against the right of the defendant to have a presumption of innocence. And so with that potential, I do think I'll permit the challenge for cause raised by the state, not objected to by the defense. So very much appreciate your time and your candor and coming back after filling out your questionnaire. Juror 1623 is excused for cause. And if you please drop your questionnaire with the bailiff on your way out. Thank you, ma'am. We'll next talk to 1624. If you're ready to answer this, counsel, I don't know that we had any specific hardship or bias concerns. They did mention something about some doctor and dentist appointments, but didn't say it'd be a hardship. Is that a topic you think we need to go into?
No, Judge, I'm gonna move on from bias and hardship. I think she acknowledged that in her answer at the very top about the doctor's appointments. I have nothing with bias and hardship and defer to the state.
Your Honor, on this juror 1624, I did have one concern with bias, but it sort of overlaps with the death penalty issue, which is just the comment that this juror wrote that under the death penalty section, that the accused gets time to prove innocence. That sounds a little bit like burden shifting to me. That was something I was going to question this juror on, but we could also do that during the death penalty portion as well, since the juror did make that statement in the death penalty portion of the questionnaire.
All right, thank you, Ms. Beatty. We'll go ahead and take that up. I'll just begin with the questions regarding the death penalty, and you can inquire on that response then. All right, welcome back, juror number 1624. We've got some additional questions for you outside of the presence of the other jurors. I believe you've been provided a copy of your questionnaire, and there's a specific section we'll be discussing within that, starting on page 12. And you could just refer to that. The section is attitudes regarding the death penalty. Do you recall reading through those questions and answering those last week?
Yes.
Okay, and to your recollection, are those answers you provided still accurate in the way you feel about the death penalty at this time?
Yes.
All right, I want to let you know and advise you that it may be necessary for you to make a determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty in this case or some other penalty. And remember, when you're considering that and any penalty, you need to consider it as if it would be done and absolute and carried out in the case. So in thinking about it in those terms, in other words, not hypothetically, I'll just review with you a couple of your answers. You first were asked, do you support or oppose the death penalty? You said support. Is that the way you still feel?
Yes.
Okay. If you don't mind, if you turn to page 13. And on this page, you were given a series of 7 choices to read through and elect which one best or most accurately represents the way you feel. You circled C, and that says, I generally favor the death penalty, but I would base a decision to impose it on the facts, law, and instructions in the case. Is that still the way you generally feel about the death penalty?
Yes.
Okay. Given your personal views on the death penalty, do you believe that the death penalty should be considered or applied in every case where a murder has been committed?
Yes.
Okay. If the court were to instruct you in a case that it was not to be considered for some reason, or the state was not seeking it, would you follow the court's instructions?
Yes.
All right, so if it were not instructed to you, you don't believe then it should be applied in a case?
But if they're
asking and the state laws allow it, then, you know, then it's no question then.
Okay. So let me just ask you this, is there anything about your belief on the death penalty that you think would either impair your ability or prevent you from being a juror and applying only the instructions the court gives you?
Okay.
And it may have been confusing the way I asked that.
Yes.
Let me re-ask it. Will you follow any instruction the court gives you in accordance with the law in this case, even if that includes the death penalty or to not consider the death penalty?
Yes.
All right, that will conclude my questioning of juror 1624. I'll allow the state if there's any for Dyer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. So in this case, during this trial, you will be instructed that the state has to meet its burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And unless and until we do that, Mr. Daybell is considered innocent until proven guilty. Is that an instruction that you can follow? And you consider him innocent with a clean slate going into this?
Yes.
So if you determine after following the court's instructions that Mr. Daybell is guilty, after hearing all of the evidence and deliberating, then you might be in a position to decide based on information presented to you and based on the judge's instructions, whether or not to impose the death penalty, which is a separate decision from whether or not he's guilty. Would you be able to follow the judge's instructions and fairly consider all of the evidence before deciding if you think that the death penalty is appropriate?
Yes.
So as you sit here today, have you made up your mind that the death penalty is appropriate, or are you willing to keep an open mind and follow the judge's instructions?
No, follow the judge's instructions. I've never broken the law.
On the bottom of the questionnaire, on the bottom of page 12 in your questionnaire, there was a question, do you feel the death penalty is used too often, too seldom, or don't know? And you wrote, it depends on the laws. What did you mean by that?
Well, every state, I've lived in several states, but every state is different.
Sure.
And
Is that because you would base your decision on what the law is and what the judge instructs you?
yeah,
Okay, I just have another question for you. When on the part of the questionnaire that asks, how do you feel about the death penalty? You wrote, accused gets time to prove innocence. Now, in this case, Mr. Daybell doesn't have to prove his innocence. The state has the burden of proof and.
oh, yeah, that's,
Okay, so could you explain what you mean by that, or?
well, you know, they get so many appeals.
Oh, do you mean that the accused gets time to appeal? Is that what you meant by that question?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you understand that Mr. Daybell doesn't have a burden of proof in this case?
Right, Fifth Amendment.
Yes, okay, thank you very much. Your Honor, I have no further questions for this juror. Thank you.
All right, thank you. From the defense.
Hello, juror number 624, where I guess we visit again for a little bit, right?
Okay.
If I understand you correctly, you're in favor of the death penalty, right?
If that's what the state is calling for.
Okay, so if the state is calling, if the prosecutor is calling for the death penalty.
They make the state laws.
Oh, the state
There's
laws. Okay.
The state laws.
Okay, so if you're following the state law and it says, well, if you're convicted of murder and there is a conviction, you have two choices. You have the choice to impose life in prison or you have the choice to impose the death penalty. Would you agree with that? If that's what the state law says?
I thought the jury doesn't do that.
Okay,
I
well,
thought the judge decided, you know, death penalty or life imprisonment.
but if the judge instructed you that you're to decide life imprisonment or the death penalty, and let's say the judge says it's up to you as the jurors, right? Are you following me?
Yeah.
Okay, and let's say the judge decides that you have to do that in Idaho. Your position is you favor the death penalty now, right?
That's,
There's no wrong answer, ma'am. It's okay.
yeah.
Okay, so if you favor the death penalty, if someone's convicted of murder and you favor the death penalty, you start at the point that that person should get the death penalty unless somebody convinces you to impose a different sentence. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay, so if we're gonna, if you know, whoever the defendant is gets convicted of murder, you're a person who strongly believes, and again, there's no wrong answer, that the death penalty is on the table and that person will get the death penalty unless I'm convinced of something different. That is a fair statement of where you are, right?
Yes.
Okay, Judge, I have nothing else. I'm gonna move for cause, Judge.
All right, response from the state?
Your Honor, if I could just ask this juror a couple more questions.
Few minutes.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, I know this process can be a little bit confusing. And maybe in my questioning, I should have made it clearer that the jurors are the ones who decide whether or not the death penalty is imposed. But in this case, should Mr. Daybell be found guilty, it will be up to the jurors to weigh whether or not the death penalty is appropriate. And you'll be instructed that that decision can only be made after considering all of the evidence. And you'll be instructed that you can't actually decide that in advance, but you'll have to consider the instructions from the court. Are you able to set aside any personal feelings or maybe leanings that you have and follow the court's instructions and enter into that discussion with an open mind?
Yes.
Okay. And on your questionnaire, and this may have already been asked, so if it was, please forgive me for asking you again, but I believe on your questionnaire, you indicated that you generally support the death penalty, but that you would be willing to base your decision whether to impose it on the law and instructions from the judge. Is that still correct as you sit here today?
Yes.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Your Honor, the state would object to striking this juror. I don't believe the cause has been shown. I think.
I'll allow one more line of voir dire on the issue before I make a determination, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you, Judge. So ma'am, when you say you favor the death penalty, that's your preference, correct?
Yes.
Your idea is that that's where you would go if someone's convicted of murder, you would say, listen, I'm in favor of the death penalty. But isn't it still your position that in order to avoid you imposing your favor, someone's gonna have to convince you to change your mind about that, right?
I lived in Florida when Ted Bundy was around.
Right. Okay. So your belief is that we impose the death penalty unless you convince me otherwise. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Nothing else, Judge.
All right, so juror 1624, I guess to try to summarize your thoughts here. If the state is seeking the death penalty and there was a guilty verdict, would you automatically vote for that? Or would you follow the court's instruction and consider all the facts as to whether or not it should apply?
The facts would weigh heavily.
All right, so to clarify then, you would be willing to follow any instruction the court gives you, even though you may favor that as a punishment, and you would follow the law and the instructions the court gives you?
Yes.
All right, the court's going to overrule the challenge as it relates to juror number 1624, and that will conclude the voir dire individually of the juror So thank you for returning. We'll have you go back to the jury room for further instructions as we talk to the other jurors in this case. Let's next talk to juror 1640. All right, juror number 1640 is returning. We've got some individual questioning for you here. I know we already went through questions about hardship. I did want to note in your questionnaire, you talked about a family vacation planned and paid for May 8th to the 10th. Is that still on your plans, list of plans?
Tentatively, yes, it can, the airlines can be rescheduled if needed.
Okay, so you are not requesting to be excused because that's something you couldn't move?
Correct.
Okay. Council, there was some expression of knowledge of the case in the questionnaire, so I'll commence with the board dire. We'll have the state begin on the issue of any possible bias and then that's on that.
Okay, thank you. So juror 1640, just again, remember there's no right or wrong answers. Just tell us what you think, how you feel. It looks like you did see some headlines from Idaho Statesman or social media.
Yeah.
What social media would you seen headlines on?
Probably Instagram would have been like the platform, and then the news outlet would have been NPR.
Okay. And would you say that you followed this case closely?
No.
Do you recall if you ever actually read any articles or just the headlines?
I have not read any articles.
Okay.
Just that.
And have you watched, do you know if you've seen, it looks like you knew something involving Hawaii. Do you know if you watched anything on TV regarding this case?
I have not watched anything on TV. It was probably just like in conversations with like family members who may have done stuff and we're just talking about things. But I myself have not watched anything.
Okay. Do you have your questionnaire with you?
I do.
On page 19, question 10E, it says, would you be able to put out of your mind what you have read or heard about this case and render an impartial verdict based solely upon the evidence presented in this courtroom. And you marked no, but then you wrote, have not read or listened closely to any reporting on this matter. You explain that?
Sure, I probably meant to say yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and just to be clear for the record,
Mhm.
are you telling us today that you can absolutely commit to setting aside anything you have learned about this case and give this defendant the clean slate that he has a right to?
Yes, that is correct. I do not have any, like preconceived notions of anything.
I have no further questions about Vice Chairman.
No questions, Judge.
All right, there's another issue we'll discuss next with you then, Juror 1640. In your questionnaire, there was a section beginning on page 12, and that was questioning you about your attitudes regarding the death penalty. Do you recall reviewing and answering that section of the questionnaire?
I do remember it.
Okay, in this case now, we're not dealing in a hypothetical situation, so it may be necessary for you to actually make a determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty. Remember, any penalty you're considering should be considered as if it is absolute and will be carried out in the case. So with that in mind, I'll note that you check both boxes. Do you support or oppose the death penalty? You said you support and oppose, and note I see both sides, but overall oppose. Is that still the way you feel about the issue today?
It is.
Okay, looking on page 13, you had another response when you were given 7 choices about what most accurately describes the way you feel about the death penalty. You chose D, which says, I'm generally opposed to the death penalty, but I believe I can put aside my feelings against the death penalty and impose it if it is called for by the facts, law, and instructions in the case. Is that still the way you feel about it?
Yeah.
Okay. So as I understand it, then you do not have any opinion that it should automatically be considered in every case where a murder's been committed?
Yeah, that's probably right.
All right, and you are willing to, despite any personal views on the issue, follow any court's instructions, even if it involved you considering it despite your opposition?
Yes, I agree.
Okay, that wasn't a good question. I apologize. Let me ask you this. Do you think in any way your views may prevent or substantially impair you from serving as a juror here if you are given instructions about the death penalty?
No, I don't think that would impair my view. I think I'd be able to carry out a verdict, and my opposition maybe, or feelings of opposition would not be, would not stand in the way.
Okay, so back to your choice D then. You said you think you can put aside those feelings and impose it if that were called for by facts, law, and instructions? All right, thank you so much for your responses. I'll allow the state if there's any more dire for this juror on the issue.
Just briefly, Your Honor, thank you. Juror 1640. On the bottom of page 12, you wrote, death penalty, in my opinion, should only be an option in extreme cases. Without getting into too much detail, what would be an extreme case?
Yeah, so something that was really horrific, and the facts were presented in a way that showed, like, in my opinion, that individual had done something like to the extreme.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's fair to say, I think based on what you how you've answered your question, you don't like the idea of giving someone the death penalty, which is normal. I think a lot of people feel that way. And I don't want to retread what the judge has said, but in this case, if there is a conviction, you will get a set of instructions that you have to follow to determine if the law and facts call for the death penalty. And so even though, and we're not asking you what you're going to do because we don't know, but will you commit to following those instructions and the law?
Yes.
I have no further question, Your Honor.
No questions, Judge.
All right, thank you, juror number 1640. That concludes your individual or dire. I'll have you return with the bailiff for further instructions to wait while we talk to the remaining jurors.
Thank you.
We'll next talk to juror number 1761. All right, welcome back, juror 1761. We're going to have some individual questions for you, and here outside the presence of the other jurors, encourage you to let us know everything you can about the questions given to determine whether or not you're able to serve. A couple of things raised in your questionnaire I'll begin with is you did have a couple of concerns about both potential childcare and also a long-term training you're involved in. Do you want to, I guess, discuss whether or not either of those would be significantly impacted and distracting to you if you were required to serve for the long term of this trials?
The training can likely, I can get into another cohort of the training. I have to drop out of this one and it would be about a year before I could get back in it, but it won't substantially impact my employment.
Okay, so stopping there, if that did happen and you were required to serve, do you think you'd feel some sort of anger or resentment that you got stuck in jury service, got behind on that, and maybe have that impact your ability to see things impartially?
I don't think it would impact my impartiality or attention.
All right, thank you. Any other concern you may have as it relates to any hardship you may suffer?
If we were to be sequestered, I would, so I have my kids 85% of the time. So I would have to coordinate with their father. I have absolutely no idea what his travel schedule looks like. He travels occasionally.
Okay, and without making any promises, it's hard to predict how long that would be if there were sequestration. That it could be a week, it could be more than a week. I don't know that it would be 2 weeks, but again, you can't hold me to that because it could turn out to be much longer. If that did take place, do you think that would create a real distraction for you worrying about what was going on with the care of the kids?
As long as they have an adult to supervise them, they are old enough they can manage.
Okay, well, I very much appreciate your responses there. There was some other minimal knowledge of the case. I'll let the council go into that if you wish. So I'll let the state commence with any individual board dire, including topics of hardship or bias.
Thank you, Your Honor. And ma'am, just to follow up on that a bit. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I heard what your last answer was to the court, but do you have another adult to be with your children if there's a prolonged sequestration, your husband's or your ex is out of town?
My dad is usually the backup plan. He is traveling for a couple weeks in May. My ex has a significant other who arguably could watch them. I have friends, so I mean, there are people who would watch the children if I were to not be available to watch the children.
So it sounds like that in this regard, you're not concerned about being in service of the jury.
No, I think they would be.
Excuse me. And I guess, you know, when we began this process this afternoon, the judge had asked a question if anything had changed on the questionnaires you completed, and that we have these hardships and you hadn't mentioned them. Is there a reason why you didn't bring that up, or you just didn't feel like it was an issue, or what was your reason for not bringing it up?
Because I had checked, like, if I were to need to, day to day, they're fine, they're old enough, you know, they can get themselves to school and home from school and all of those things. My oldest is 18, so arguably he is of legal age. There are people who could, it would be challenging, but it's the same thing if I go away for a weekend, it's challenging to make sure the kids are covered, so it's nothing I haven't managed before.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, did you want me to go into bias questions at this time as well?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So ma'am, I just have a couple of other questions. I noticed in your application, you are a PhD psychologist, is that correct?
Yes.
Can I ask what field of psychology do you typically work in?
I'm a clinical psychologist.
Okay, so you do evaluations and IQ assessments and those types of things, is that fair?
I've done this.
Okay. So my question is, with that background, if you were chosen to be a juror and you, let's say you heard from experts or mental health folks and you disagreed with them from your observation of the evidence and information, do you think that would likely impact your ability to be impartial and render a verdict?
I mean, the field is relatively subjective as much as we want to say that it's not. So the fun thing about the field is that you have very different perspectives on the same information. So I've learned to not trust my own opinion necessarily in the face of other people who have touched the data, who've done the same they've done.
And then maybe with the opposite situation, maybe if it's a situation where you listen to these weeks and weeks of evidence and information, and then you don't hear anything from anybody about any witnesses or parties' mental health, but you think that there should have been something or could have been a problem, would that cause you any concern?
No. No.
And in your work as a clinician, as a clinical psychologist, have you ever been involved in the criminal justice system in terms of assessing competency or things like that, criminal competency?
Not criminal competency, no.
Well, in any way, in the criminal justice system, have you been? Certainly, sorry. Have you done any professional work as a PhD in any part of the criminal justice system?
I have testified in the past as a witness in the capacity of.
As an expert?
Yes.
In a criminal case?
It was not, how would you define parental termination, parental rights termination?
So would that have been in a custody capacity as a parenting type of an issue?
It was a situation in which the state was trying to determine if children would stay in foster care or if the rights would, or if they go back to the parents.
Just one more over there, please. Your Honor, at this point, I don't have any other questions on this topic.
All right, thank you. Any questions from the witness? All right, so the next issue we're gonna take up, juror 1761, is in regards to questions you previously answered relating to your attitudes regarding the death penalty. That was starting on page 12 of your questionnaire. Do you recall going through those questions last week and answering?
Yes, yes, I do.
And I'll advise you that in this case, it may be necessary for you to make that determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty. And remember, when you're considering that, you need to consider it as if it is absolute and will be carried out in the case, if that's what you determine. So as you're thinking through that, I'd just like to review a couple of your answers with you, and then I'll let counsel ask you as well if they wish. You had a couple of choices when it was, do you support or oppose the death penalty? And you checked the box saying you oppose it. Is that generally the way you feel about it?
I am not a big fan, so yes, I would say that kind of at a base level, I oppose it. I also recognize that it's legal, so.
Okay. Going to the choices you had about what most accurately represents the way you feel, and understanding these are not your words, they're words of the questionnaire, that you selected a bot or a choice B. And that reads, I am generally opposed to the death penalty, but I believe I can put aside my feelings against the death penalty and impose it if it is called for by the facts, law, and instructions in the case. Is that still the way you feel as you sit here today?
Yes.
All right, so although you may have some opposition to it, is there anything about your views that you think would prevent or substantially impair your ability to serve as a juror and follow the court's instructions, even if that included that you must consider the death penalty, if that were provided in an instruction?
I don't think there's anything that would impede my ability to take the instructions.
Very well. Thanks for your responses. That concludes my voir dire on the subject. Does the state have any voir dire?
Yes, Your Honor. So, ma'am, again, now considering your status as a licensed psychologist when thinking about the death penalty, and I don't pretend to know the answer to this question, is there any possibility or likelihood that a decision to impose the death penalty would have any ethical implications for your licensure with a psychologist? Is there anything out there like that that you might later discover be an issue?
Not for the APA ethics code or the OC rules.
So as you sit there, you don't feel like there would be any inhibition at all in that regard?
Not
Do you feel like there'd be any inhibition in any regard?
I don't think so.
When you said that you recognize that the death penalty is legal, but you're not a big fan, can you just be a little bit more specific about that position?
Sure. Morally, I think that there are some issues with the death penalty in general, but I also don't get to make that decision. So if I was in a position where I'm sitting in a case and that is part of what I am being asked to evaluate, if that's part of the penalty, that's part of the penalty.
And so with respect again to determining either guilt or punishment with Mr. Daybell, and if you were to receive an instruction from the court at some point in the trial that mental illness is not a defense, you might know, but you were to perceive that Mr. Daybell did have some likely mental impairment, would that impact your decision then to either find guilt or to be disinclined to impose the death penalty?
I I don't think that, again, trying to follow instructions, right? That if that is not a defense, I wouldn't hold that into account.
So you're assuring us, the court today, that even though you have these moral reservations about the death penalty and these potential biases at your professional status, that you would set all that aside and that you would listen to the instructions given by the court, consider the facts, and then apply the law. And even if that's completely against your own moral base of taking someone's life. So I'll ask this, as you look at the defendant today sitting here, if you were put in that position, if there is a finding of guilt, and you're sitting in a jury room, considering the evidence and deciding whether or not the death penalty should be imposed, and you're morally opposed to it, you could render a decision to take Mr. Daybell's life.
Yes, if that's what we've been instructed to do, then there's evidence and yes.
Okay. Thank you. Laura, I don't have any more questions.
No questions.
All right, that'll conclude the individual for Dyer then for this juror. Thank you again for coming back, and we'll have you return with further instructions waiting from the marshal for our remaining jurors. Okay, our next juror will be 250. All right, welcome back, juror 250. If you'll give me just a moment, I was briefly reviewing the questionnaire. You may have already mentioned this if you did. Well, you did hold your card up that you had some knowledge of the case, and also you did have some concern in your questionnaire about amount of work PTO, but I think you clarified that and have more information. Could you just reiterate that, please?
Sure. Do you want to start on the information that?
Yeah, in terms of your PTO.
Oh, that, so I thought, well, I do have 3 weeks of PTO, but it's irrelevant because my organization will cover the entire jury, or sorry, I don't know how.
The time of service?
Yes.
Okay, I don't think there's any issue then. Otherwise, you related as to hardship requiring additional board hire at this point. There was an indication though in your issue card that you know something about the case, so I'll just allow the state to make any inquiry as to whether or not there's bias, and then we'll allow the defense after that. So any questions from the state?
Actually, Your Honor, I did have one question regarding some health concerns that this potential juror referenced about not hearing or seeing things or hearing things at certain frequencies. Is that something we could chat about? Or would you rather talk about that privately?
Sure, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, sir. So some of the evidence that's going to be admitted in this case will be audio or video. Do you anticipate that that would be a problem for you?
No.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Well, as long as I can play or maybe turn the volume
And I think we can make those arrangements to turn the volume up.
Okay, we do have ways to make accommodations, if that's an issue. I mean, it should be similar to how we're doing today in terms of volume, what you'd be listening to. But we can certainly make accommodations if needed to for vision, for hearing. So you can continue, Ms. Beatty.
Thank you, Your Honor. In your questionnaire, you talked about a class that you took. Is that something you're comfortable talking about? Okay, a psych class?
Yeah,
Okay, can you talk a little bit about that situation?
the first one or
The first one, I think that's the one that kind of.
That's everybody to down, just not couple of others, just don't want to.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that. Can you talk a little bit about the first class?
Yeah, so going to CW, it just was like needing core classes to go along with, your actual course. Like psych was one of them that I did. And every time I went in there, he seemed to know everything about everyone. He seemed really pompous. He would talk about how humans are so easy to predict. And it didn't sit well with me with his view on everything. It got to the point where I pay attention to a lot. So I knew that he drank like a 12-ounce sugar-free Red Bull, and it was always hidden behind his podium. And so when he made a comment like that, I said that, hey, you have a sugar-free 12-ounce Red Bull behind you. And so, but I wound up failing that one because every time, at the end of the week, I think it was, you had to go on your online Blackboard, and he would want you to tell him different ways about how God doesn't exist. I didn't think it was appropriate for the course, so I opted out of it, and I wound up failing.
Okay. So you felt like you were put in a position, or did you, I should say, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but did you feel like you were put in a position where you had to compromise your morals?
I'm not going to compromise my morals, but
did you feel like he put you in that position?
Like if I wanted to pass the class and needed to, yeah, that's how I felt.
Sure. Okay. Understandable. So this is a very different situation that you're in here, but you are going to be given some jury instructions. And those jury instructions will basically lay out the elements and the weight that you're to give to the evidence. They'll lay out the fact that Mr. Daybell is presumed innocent until the state proves that he's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And then if you find, well, I guess I won't get into that at this point, the death penalty part, I think the court will address that. But is that are you comfortable with following those instructions?
I'm absolutely comfortable with that. And I do believe that, like I said, until proven guilty. So I'm completely behind it. I can separate.
Of course. And if there was some aspect of the law or one of the offenses that just didn't sit well with you and you really disagreed with it, would you feel that, would you find him not guilty on principle, or would you find him guilty on principle?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Sorry, and I did a terrible job asking that question, actually. So if you either felt strongly that Mr. Daybell was guilty or shouldn't be guilty or should be guilty, but that didn't really comport with the instructions, would you disregard those instructions?
First off, I wouldn't disregard any instruction, but can you define feel that? Is it like
Sure. Yes. So if you felt in your gut that the law should be different, like you looked at the instructions and you understood what the evidence was, but you felt, I don't like the way this law is written. I think that it should require that the state prove more, or I don't think that the state should have to prove that much. Or, I don't feel like the state met its burden of proof here, but I also really just feel like he's guilty. So even though the law doesn't really allow that, I'm going to convict him or alternatively acquit him based on my own beliefs rather than the evidence.
No, I would follow the instructions of the law.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry to intrude into those questions, but I really appreciate your honesty. Thank you. I have no additional questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Pryor for the defense.
Just one area that piques my interest. And do you have a copy of your questionnaire, sir?
Yes.
Would you go to the top of page 10? And I'm looking at number 11, it says, do you have any opinions about law enforcement officers that might affect your impartiality or ability to evaluate the testimony of an officer? And you marked yes, do you see that?
I do.
Can you talk to me a little bit about why you marked yes?
Well, I'd have to structure my thought on this. Give me a second.
Okay.
I don't know that this applies to Idaho officers, as I stated in the beginning of my response there. But I have seen other states online where police officers will lie to protect their own, or turn off their body cams to go through with them. So it's kind of a middle ground. I'm not sure how to answer that. That's why I said yes, because there is a little bit of bias on other videos that I've seen that would be in the back of my head. But I have had so many interactions with police officers in this state, and every one of them has been positive.
Right.
So I don't feel that way here.
Not here.
Yes.
But if you hear testimony about videos being turned off and no recordings, is that going to be a concern for you?
I mean, I don't think that they should ever turn off their body cam while they're in the middle of something, so that it would pique some sort of a concern.
But you don't think that unless you see that sort of situation, that you have a negative opinion of police officers?
On the whole, I don't have a negative opinion.
Okay, that's all I was thinking, is that you're not going to prejudge a police officer just because he's a police officer. Okay, Judge, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thanks for the responses on those sections. The next issue I want to discuss then, Juror 250, relates to your questionnaire and the section you filled out called attitudes regarding the death penalty. You remember reading through those questions and answering those questions?
Yes.
And having now thought about it for a few days since you filled the questionnaire out, are the answers you made in the questionnaire still the way you feel today?
What page was that on?
It starts on page 12 and goes 12 and 13.
I'd like to confirm. Number 5 on page 13.
Yes.
Well, I didn't quite understand what would bring a death penalty to someone. So that one, being that everyone can change. If somebody was found to have murdered someone, obviously there's law that needs to be followed. So there should be consequences for it. So that's my own alteration. Everything else is accurate.
Okay, and thank you for taking the time to review it. I'll have some more questions about it. Let me preface that and let you know that it may be necessary for you in this case to make a determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty. And as you're thinking about that and considering it, you have to consider it as if it would be done and absolute and carried out in the case. So if that's where you are approaching the way you think about it, first question that I'll just ask you about in your questionnaire was whether or not you support or oppose the death penalty, and you check the box saying you support it. So is that still the way you feel?
Yes.
Okay. Another answer you provided was part D on page 13, question 6. You had 7 choices there about what best represents how you feel. And about the death penalty, you said I'm generally opposed to the death penalty, but I believe I can put aside my feelings against the death penalty and impose it if it is called for by the facts, laws, and instructions in the case. Does that still accurately represent your thoughts on the issue?
Well, I suppose in a way, but it would contradict my change to 5. The death penalty would be justified.
All right, and so I can tell you have thought about it. You selected an instruction saying you would follow the facts, the law, and the instructions the court provided. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so is there anything about your view on the death penalty that you think would prevent or substantially impair you from serving as a juror in this case if I were to give you instructions about the death penalty here?
I have no objection to it. I had never had a thought in my life about it, honestly. I just know that bad people would have penalties.
All right, and what I'll finally ask you then is, would you be of the opinion that it's going to be appropriate in every case where there's been a murder, or should automatically be considered if there's been a murder committed?
Can you ask that again, please?
Would you be in favor of the death penalty in every case where a murder has been committed?
It's hard for me to answer that because by who? I mean, that's really hard. You'd have to look at the evidence.
All right, so going back to your previous response, then you are indicating you will follow the law, facts, and instructions in this case if you are provided those.
Yes.
All right, that concludes the court's voir dire for this juror. Does the state have any voir dire?
I don't believe so, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
No
Thank you,
questions,
sir.
Judge.
Okay, juror number 250, that concludes our individual voir dire. You can return, please, with the bailiff. We'll get through the rest of the jurors and then give you further instructions. Next up will be juror 438. All right, juror number 438 has returned. There's a couple of issues in the questionnaire we just want to address with you individually, both relating to prior case knowledge as well as, I know you talked about or requested a hardship for some travel plans you had, but also expressed a desire to perform your civic duty, which we appreciate. I think where I'd like to begin then with this particular juror is just some questions about your prior knowledge of this case or any related case. You did, in your questionnaire, have a response about someone being tried and convicted and being tried, I believe, in Arizona. And here without other jurors present, if you could just explain in some detail what you know about that and what information you have.
It's just what I've heard from local news as of late, that Lori was going to Arizona for a second set of trial. I don't know all the details of it, but that's all I really heard.
Okay, and I noted, because the response was in a question talking about some other individuals, but when you say Lori, who are you referring to?
Lori Daybell.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that point, and I'll have the attorneys at this point do their voir dire, beginning with the state. Who will be doing that?
I will, Your Honor.
Mr. Wood, if you'd like to inquire as to any potential bias, and you can go into hardship as well.
Okay. Just going off what the judge just spoke with you about, it sounds like you're aware that, Lori Daybell was convicted in Idaho. Did you follow the case or closely? Do you know any of the details of what she was convicted for?
No idea.
So your knowledge is just limited to the fact that she was convicted of something.
Correct.
And you understand, you understand that this defendant has an absolute right to a presumption of innocence. And would you in any way hold the fact that she was convicted of something against him?
No.
So even knowing that, you can set that aside and give him an absolutely clean slate to begin with.
Yes, I can.
You did mention the hardship.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us about that.
I wanted incentive at work. I'm a diehard Detroit Lions fan. Born and raised in Michigan. The draft is only going to be in Detroit one time for the rest of my life. So I put it on there since coming to grips with everything, I somewhat have come to peace that I may not be able to go. That this would be a priority over that.
Okay.
My brother's going to make out really well.
I was just gonna ask, do you have someone you can give that to and feel good about that, or at least okay about it?
He feels good about
it. And I don't want to make light of the situation at all. Do you think will that in any way affect your ability to give both sides of this trial a fair trial?
No, because the first and the second and third round are all prime time. So
Okay.
I would like to think I'm gonna be higher.
Okay. I'd like to speak with you for just a moment about some things you put on your questionnaire on page 9. And if you can turn to that, and then if you can just look at that and let us know if that's something you sort of talk about in private.
Yes, we'll talk about that private.
Your Honor, I wonder if we can speak about these issues in camera or have the public
Excuse for that portion.
excuse for this portion.
Let me just briefly sidebar with counsel and see. All right, counsel, with this particular juror, we've got one other juror also that have some more personal matters we want to discuss outside the presence of the public. So we are going to suspend for that time frame the broadcasting of the proceedings, as well as clear the courtroom of everyone except required and necessary personnel to remain on the record and discuss matters that to which these jurors are entitled to their privacy. So I'm going to request that our marshals do clear the courtroom. If the clerk sees the broadcast at this point, and we will come back on the record with additional voir dire publicly once we've concluded that with these two jurors. So marshals, if you please take care of that now. without a break?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right. Let's have juror 512 return. All right, juror number 512, thank you for returning. This will be the time for your individual for dire. I know it's been a long afternoon. Thank you for hanging in there with us. We wanted to address a few more topics outside the presence of the jurors. At this time, I don't know that I saw anything I thought needed further voir dire on for hardship or bias. Does the state have any questions on either of those two topics?
Just a couple of quick ones, I hope, Connor. Ma'am, I just want to go to the hardship section of your questionnaire. And these are probably very fast questions, but you had noted that you were concerned about your daughter having a knee surgery, your availability to take care of her children. Is that not a concern anymore?
It's a possibility, but at the rate that the doctors are moving towards that, I'm betting that we can make arrangements. We'll have enough advance for you.
So you feel comfortable, there won't be any kind of
I
hardship.
don't think so.
And then you also mentioned some personal doctor's appointments that.
Yeah, they can get moved.
I'm sorry, did you ask the question?
You also just mentioned some personal doctor's appointments, but those are okay now.
Yes, those are just checkups and then I can move those. But we will need to be done before July 15th.
Okay, is that the trip to Europe?
Yes,
Is that a prepaid trip by any chance? Or?
I paid for it already, if that's what you're asking, yes.
I don't think anyone's projecting this trial will go that far. Thanks for letting us know. No, I don't have any more questions.
No questions, Judge.
All right, thank you. So juror number 512, the next issue we're going to discuss with you relates to your attitudes regarding the death penalty, and that is contained in your questionnaire starting on page 12. Do you recall reading through those questions about the death penalty and answering them in the questionnaire?
I remember.
All right, as you sit here today now with some time having passed since you filled it out, you still feel the same way, and are your answers accurate?
I think so. I think it's the same. I've thought about it frequently off and on over the decades.
Okay.
And
So when we think about it, it's generally hypothetically, we're in a different situation here. In this case, it may be necessary for you to actually make a determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty. So remember, when you're thinking about that in answering these questions, any penalty you consider should be done as if it is absolute and will be carried out in the case. You understand that?
yes,
Okay.
and we can comment.
Yes.
I think I wrote in here, but just to make sure that you understand that I know that there are
guidelines and rules that establish that as an option. And that's what I feel comfortable following, guidelines and rules. Okay, so it would go past my personal feelings
Okay,
and be based upon those things that you would address to sort them.
all right, you are kind of tracking right along with where my questions would go, so I appreciate your responses there, so I'll just note that when you were asked if you support or oppose the death penalty and only given those two choices, you said support, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and then when there was a little more detail in an answer, there were 7 choices you had about what most accurately represents the way you feel. You selected a choice that says, I'm generally opposed to the death penalty, but I believe I can put aside my feelings against the death penalty and impose it if it is called for by the facts, law, and instructions in the case. So does that still accurately represent the way you feel? Okay, so given your choices then, would you be in favor of the death penalty in every case where a murder has been committed?
No.
All right. Is there anything about your views on the death penalty that would prevent or substantially impair you think, from serving as a juror here and following the court's instructions?
Don't think so.
All right, so going back to your response in Part D, you would be willing to follow the court's instructions on the death penalty, whether that was that you should consider it or you should not, or anything else the court instructed on that topic?
Can you repeat the question just to make sure I got it?
Yes, are you willing to follow all the instructions once you receive the facts in this case?
Yes.
All right, that would conclude the court's voir dire for this particular juror on that topic. Anything from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense.
All right, thank you for completing a questionnaire and coming back. We've got one more juror to talk to individually, and then we'll have you return here shortly. All right, final juror we'll discuss voir dire on individually is 537. Does the state intend to ask any questions on bias or hardship?
The state does not, Your Honor.
Defense does not.
Okay, thanks, counsel. I'll just put that on the record now that the parties pass additional voir dire on 537 on hardship or bias questions, and the court will inquire as it relates to the death penalty issue. All right, juror number 537, thank you for returning. You're the final person we're talking to in this group, so thank you for your patience today. We've reviewed your questionnaire, and there's just one final topic we would like to address with you individually, and that is as it relates to your answers on attitudes regarding the death penalty. Do you recall reading through that section of the questionnaire and answering those questions?
Yes, I don't remember exactly what my answers were, but I have it in front of me. Got it?
Okay, it may be helpful for you to reference it while we discuss it. So if you do have a copy there, you turn to page 12. All right. So when answering the questionnaire, it might have just been a concept to you, but at this stage, I want to advise you that it may be necessary for you to make a determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty. And when you're considering that, consider that any penalty you're thinking about could be done and absolute and carried out in the case, or consider that it would be done, I should say, and absolute and carried out in the case. So you were given a choice on page 12 about whether you support or oppose the death penalty, and you didn't like having only two options, so you made the third option and said neither. Can you explain your thoughts in answering that question?
Well, when I said neither, I am not strongly for it or strongly opposed. I know there's a huge arc in terms of what you believe and what you think you can do, can't do. I don't have a really strong opinion. Do I believe that it's okay? Is it reasonable? I do believe that it's a reasonable consequence. I don't oppose it, as in, I don't think that I would never stand up against it and say that's absolutely unthinkable. We should never have that as a consequence, because there are going to be some cases where that's just what happens.
Okay, and I appreciate your comments on that. If you look at page 13, you listed some other thoughts there also. I'm just looking at your responses on number 6, and it looks like you maybe vacillated back and forth between C and D choices and ultimately went with D. But you had 7 options about what most accurately represents the way you feel. And where you landed is, I am generally opposed to the death penalty, but I believe I can put aside my feelings against the death penalty and impose it if it is called for by the facts, law, and instructions in the case. Considering back then, is that still your attitude towards it today?
I still feel like I'm maybe in between both C and D. I understand that it is and can be a consequence to some actions, but I'm not, again, I can see that there would be cause for it. I know that it's a legal option. I know it is a consequence, but I don't think that I don't have any preconceived notion of whether or not that's good or bad, whether I'm opposed or for it. That makes
Okay.
sense.
Part of that instruction that I'm looking at, not instruction, I'm sorry, the choice was, would you follow the facts, law, and instructions given to you in the case? Is that
Absolutely.
okay? So I can tell you thought through the topic quite a bit, and let me just ask you a final question. Would anything about your views on the death penalty you think prevent or substantially impair you from serving in this case and following the court's instructions as it relates to the death penalty, regardless of what those instructions may be?
Absolutely not. I would follow the instructions based upon exactly what I was given.
All right, that will conclude the court's voir dire on the topic. With this, juror, does the state have any questions?
I don't, Your Honor. Thank you.
No questions from the defense judge. Thank you.
All right, juror 537 then. That concludes our individual voir dire. If you'll give us just a moment, I'll have you return with the other jurors and we'll bring you back into the courtroom for one more brief instruction, and then we'll be concluded for the day. All right, if we can have the rest of the group about that. All right, great. Thank you. Please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are turning now. We went through the individual voir dire. This concludes voir dire for this group. In order to make sure everyone's charts are lining up with who's still here and who's not, you do us a favor, and those remaining jurors, please raise your red card and just hold that up here for a few moments while everybody's allowed to take their notes. All right, with that, you can go ahead and put those down. I'll ask now that that's been confirmed, does the state pass this small group for cause?
Yes, Your Honor.
Does the defense pass for cause?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been passed for cause. We're continuing to question these groups of jurors until we reach the necessary number of jurors for the attorneys to exercise their peremptory challenges. You'll be instructed to contact our jury commissioner, Randy Rutland, who's going to provide you further instructions about when he will be returning, and there will be a time you'll return. While you're waiting for that, please remember to follow the court's instruction to not investigate this case, look the case up, go and find information on the case. If you happen to see anything being reported about it passively through news, etc., try to make an effort to not listen in so that we can keep you as impartial as you are at this time, and also avoid talking to anyone about the details of the case. As it comes to the topic of discussing when you may serve and that you may serve, of course, that's okay to talk about with friends, family, employment, etc., but just refrain from discussing any detail or fact of the case. And with that, we appreciate your continued service. You'll be advised when to return, and we'll see you back whenever that takes place. So with that, are we okay to conclude for the day with this group from the state?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
From the defense, Your Honor. All right, thanks all for your time. Please rise for the jury.
Come this way, please.
All right, we'll be in recess for the day, council. We're intending to follow that same schedule tomorrow with a group at 8:30, another at 1:30. Is that acceptable for the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
For the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.